Greetings, everybody.
This is Becky. I'm having a little trouble figuring out how to turn my camera on.
Я не можу увімкнути камеру.
Software.
Мені важко увімкнути камеру.
Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
Доброго ранку, мене чути.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Так.
Yes, good morning.
Ми знаходимось
So we are
в студії
in the studio of the Adamant shelter. We are starting our Internet Governance Forum number 13.
Розпочинається в складний час.
So we begin it in the difficult times. Today at night we were deciding whether to continue to have our forum or not, which way is better. So we decided not to break the tradition and to have the forum in the most difficult times. Internet is working in Ukraine in spite of everything, in spite of the circumstances, the full-fledged war. Our specialists, our technicians and experts are working on their locations and they participate in our conference. I would like to say a few words about the logistics. So you can be viewing our forum on YouTube. You can be using the interpreting function. If you need interpreting, you have to press on the globe icon and select the relevant channel. We have English and Ukrainian. Please stay safe. If you hear the sirens, if you hear the warning of air raid alert, please move to the bomb shelters or take measures to move to a safe place. And let's start. I am giving the floor for the welcoming remarks to those people without whom the forum wouldn't take place. This is Mr. Alexander Savchuk, head of the board of the Internet Association of Ukraine. Good day, dear colleagues. I hope you can hear me. Yes, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to greet you, to make my report. This is not the first time that I'm making welcoming remarks on the forum of the Internet Association. And Internet Association has been participating for many years in organizing the IGF forum for 12 or 13 years. And all the questions that we consider on the forum, they are in the focus of our activities, in the focus of attention of Internet Association. This is cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, and the legislation in the sphere of electronic communications. I mean, our Ukrainian legislation and harmonization of Ukrainian legislation with the European legal framework, overcoming the digital gap, increasing accessibility. But this year, the situation is special, as you understand. First of all, we are in the conditions, we are in the times of war, and this is the first time that we are having this forum, we are making this forum this way. We don't only have war, but also we have blackout, that we have after the yesterday's missile attack. This is indeed a very big challenge for the technical community and for our community and for the society in general. I believe that we will pay a lot of attention to this question during our forum. Also, I would like to note another peculiarity is that Ukraine is a candidate to the European Union, and the question of harmonization of our legislation with the European legal framework is a very important topic. As far as I understand, it will also be discussed during our forum. Also, I would like to mention that essentially, the main tasks and objectives of our forum are very much like the tasks and objectives and the mission of the Internet Association. Essentially, we are doing the same thing. We are conducting dialogue in the society about all the problems, all the existing problems in the society and in our community, among the companies that are responsible for Internet, among lawyers, technical experts, and so on. And we are using this, the same approach is used in the IGF as well. And I wish you and I wish everybody to have a successful forum. I hope it will be conducive to overcoming the challenges. And the challenges are very big. The challenges our industry is facing are very big. I wish you strength and resilience to the Internet community and to the society, and we are going to win. Thanks a lot, and I hope that the forum, that we will have a full-fledged and comprehensive forum. Thank you. Thank you. Very relevant, welcoming remarks. We will be trying to do as much as possible. We will try to do everything we can so that our Internet users, our friends, and our staff should get as much as possible from the forum. I would like to give the floor to Ivan Mikhailovich Petukhov, Vice President of the Ukrainian Union of Entrepreneurs, and our constant co-organizer of the IGF Forum Ukraine, and the hoster who is giving us this opportunity to have dialogue and to communicate. Thank you, Svetlana. Greetings, dear colleagues. So what I can say, our 13th forum, yes, number 13, is a very interesting number. Yesterday, during the youth forum, we had to break our work because of the missile attack from the Russian Federation, from the aggressor. So they were hitting the civil population and the critical infrastructure of the country. Again, our enemy was checking our resilience in a treacherous way. But I believe that we are stronger. When we were opening our first forum 13 years ago, nobody could even think that this will happen, that the war was going to happen, and that we would have this situation that we have now. But it has happened this way. I'm heading the section of cybersecurity, so I would like to make a quote of Valery Zaluzhny. We are in the war against the country which is 28 times bigger than our country, and our enemy's population is 4 times bigger than our population. Their military potential is much higher than ours. We are conducting the war on the land, in the sea, in the cyberspace. The war has been going on not for 8 months, but for 8 years. This shows our will to protect our country and our willingness to win. The main thing is the cyberspace that was mentioned. So nobody has ever spoken about cybersecurity so much in the previous years, and people were saying that cybersecurity topic is exaggerated. But now, from the words of our commander-in-chief, we can see that we have virtual front line, the same front line as the real physical one, with the same events. from our 30 years of history of our independence, I would like to mention that our enemy has been buying strategic enterprises throughout the countries. They were putting their people to the key positions in the key places of Ukraine. They were buying, or they were using the so-called European investments to buy strategic enterprises, and we are starting the work to clean this space. And we can see the same situation in the electronic communications. If you can see what was happening to our mobile operations, the mobile operations were purchased from the outside, and we remember this. And I will never forget the year 2012, when there were attempts to buy the traffic exchange point of the Internet Association of Ukraine, which ensures the connectivity for the national enterprises, and it helped us to withstand the pressure in 2014. And after the 2014, they used, the Russian Federation and Belarus are using the internet resources in order to conduct cyber attacks against the government resources of Ukraine. So we remember their activities, their actions, and we are going to make government assessment of their actions. But our internet society is becoming stronger, is becoming more mature, and our society is improving. Even the Pope of the Rome is jealous on how Ukrainian society is protecting itself. And I believe that our informational society, our people are able not only to overcome the enemy, to revive Ukraine, and also to change the entire world for the better. And we can show it with our common action between the society, businesses, government agencies that have not fled their positions, that have not fled to other countries, but are fighting right now together with the society, together with the business. Everybody is protecting against the aggression in these difficult times. So I wish everybody fruitful communication, a fruitful exchange of ideas during the IGF-UA number 13. And I hope that it will happen in any circumstances, against any blackouts, and in spite of any attempts of the aggressor to stop our work. Thank you for this opportunity to make a welcoming remark to our participants. Thanks a lot, Ivan Mikhailovich. The next participant for greetings, I can't see, unfortunately, I don't see in our list. I don't see them in our list, but I would like to say that yesterday we had a youth section of IGF-UA, in which, so yesterday we had Miss Valeria Dubinska and Anastasia Tkachuk. I would like to give them the floor, if they are present. So please let us know. I'm sorry, this is Oksana Prihodko. I'm ready to comment. All right, thank you. Thanks a lot, dear colleagues. Sincere greetings to the participants of the 13th IGF Ukraine. Today, on behalf of the International Civic Organization European Media Platform, well, we had to have moderators of the Youth Forum. So yesterday we had the 5th Youth Forum. Anyway, but as far as I understand, Anastasia Tkachuk and Valeria Dubitska are not able to connect so far. But anyway, I would like to tell you briefly about what was happening yesterday. Our 5th Youth IGF-UA took place in spite of the missile attacks. We were using all our supernatural possibilities of Adamant. Sincere thanks for that to Adamant. Sincere thanks to all the participants of Youth IGF number 5. Thanks to Ivan Mikhailovich. Thanks to your heroic team. Among today's participants, we can see this point at Adamant, the shelter, the strength point at Adamant. I hope that nobody is going to use this opportunity to stay in the shelter, but we have to remember this. We have to be aware of this. I wish everybody a good, constructive forum, and I wish the quickest victory over the aggressor country and over the terrorists. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Прийняли
Thank you, Oksana.
естафету від молодіжного форуму.
Thank you.
Показав свою
So yesterday we had the youth forum. They also were showing their strengths. And our next reporting member is Serhiy Shtepa, the member of parliament, deputy head of the committee on digital transformation of the parliament. Greetings, dear Ukrainians. I believe that this is a very good decision to have this forum in spite of all the circumstances. And when some of the participants are located in the shelters, in the locations of our strengths. So whatever our enemy does, our strength is to help each other, and that even our workers of critical infrastructure, the operators, staff, are doing everything possible to restore the connection, to restore the internet connection, to make it possible that every Ukrainian can use internet, even in the conditions of blackouts. Personally, right now, I'm on a business trip. It was very difficult for me to find a place with electricity to have connection, but I'm doing everything to be with you here. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to say that Ukrainian IGF Forum is a unique platform for the dialogue between the government, business, internet community, and experts in the sphere. The dialogue is very important, especially in the conditions of war, when the enemy would like to seize not only our physical space, but the cyberspace as well. So the first section will be cybersecurity in the conditions of war. The terrorist country is having the war on difficult fronts in the cyberspace, in the information space, and in the usual battlefields. They are fighting against our business and on all our spheres. They are trying to disseminate false information, to seize our sensitive data, and so on. So this is the first time when we have battle in the invisible digital world. So the cyber front is another full-fledged front in our war against Russia. So cybersecurity has to become one of the priority directions for the entire Ukraine. Also, we will be talking about integration of Ukraine to the unified digital market of the European Union. Right now, in Europe, they have a special strategy. So the economy sectors are using digital tools to remain competitive on the global level. Europe has an inclusive digital society when all the citizens have tools to use, this increasing their chances for finding jobs, for having good education. And with the help of the platforms like this forum, we have opportunity to have discussions, to have common solutions, to find common solutions to improve the situation in different fields. We can develop the cyberspace for the entire society to make it sustainable and safe for everybody. And we have to determine the role of the government in the process and what reforms we need, because we have to be sustainable against external challenges. We need to provide services to the citizens, to the businesses. I'm happy to greet everybody once again on the IGF 13. I hope we will have fruitful cooperation. I hope that everybody is safe and we are going to work according to the plan. Thanks a lot.
Дякую за щирі
And
побажання.
thank you for the wishes and suggestions. The next person that I would like to give the floor is Yuri Matzik, Director of the Fixed and Mobile Connections of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Good day, dear participants of the Ukrainian Internet Forum. So the year 22 is not so simple for Ukraine. We are trying to survive in the times that have never been seen in the nation of Ukraine. Our trunk network are destroyed. The networks of the operators are destroyed that used to provide us the opportunity to communicate online and stay in touch. But also we have this opportunity to have this meeting to discuss the urgent and relevant problems for Ukraine and in the world and how to resolve them. Yesterday, a lot of my colleagues were not in touch. Some of them were able to make a call only this morning to confirm that they are alive and that everything is good. But we are not giving up. Participants of the electronic communications market quickly respond to the challenges from the aggressor. In the beginning of the war, a lot of electronic communications have been destroyed. A big share of infrastructure has been destroyed. More than 70 market participants suffered from the damages in the infrastructure. The damages are over $1 billion US dollars according to the estimations. But in this time, when we have to restore, to rebuild, to stay in touch, we have to think about the development after the war is over. This is an important factor that we have to bear in mind, because after the war is over, we have to be resilient and we have to prepare to access the European market, to join the European market according to the European conditions. I would be happy to see you in the second section of the conference, Ukraine Digital Hub. Please stay in touch. I hope that we won't have any missile strikes today and we will restore and continue the work of our conference. And I wish everybody a good day. Thank you. Thank you for this welcome. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Becky Burr, a board member of the ICANN Corporation. ICANN is responsible for distribution of unique internet resources for IP addresses and EMM. We value your participation very much in our conference, and we are very happy for you that you have joined us despite of these difficult conditions and circumstances. Well,
Even
in spite of this,
we are having a really bad time, so the floor is yours. Becky?
Thank you so much. Good morning from the United States, and thank you all for allowing me the honor of greeting you in this opening session of Ukraine's Internet Governance Forum.
Я дуже рада брати участь у цьому форумі. Це має для мене особливе значення.
And to all of the internet community. As you probably know, almost all Americans are immigrants, and in my case, my grandmother was born in a town virtually on the border between Ukraine and Poland. She grew up speaking Ukrainian and spoke fondly of her life there to her last days. Ukraine's IGF is taking place in the midst of
Війні має місце під час війни.
and extraordinarily difficult circumstances. It's a credit to the strength and commitment of Ukraine's internet community and reminds us all of the importance of a stable and secure internet
І
for
це
all.
нагадує усім нам про важливість стабільного інтернету для нас усіх. Це також додає нам дуже багато стійкості українців і стійкості та важливості.
The issues you will consider during your IGF
І
could not be more
власне доступності. Це те, на чому ми будемо наголошувати під час IGF. Також надзвичайно важливо, що наші
in their role in internet governance. I know that my fellow board members, ICANN board members, join me, as does.
Я гадаю, що усі члени ради, вони долучаються до мене у цьому. І я сподіваюся, що у вас буде дуже гарний та успішний форум. І ми будемо ділитися своєю підтримкою з українською інтернет-спільнотою.
Thank you very much, Becky.
Дуже дякуємо, Бекі. Надзвичайно приємно чути від вас такі слова. Our next speaker is Alexei Semenyaka, representative of RIPE-NCC. RIPE-NCC is a regional structure which works in Europe, Central Asia, and Close East. And from the very beginning, he was really supporting our IGF forum. And this organization also cooperates a lot with the Ukrainian community. Чи чутно мене? Yes, of course. Alexei Semenyaka.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Це так, RIPE-NCC.
That's like this. RIPE-NCC, there is
котра працює у
our structure which is working
шести країнах регіону.
in 6 countries of the region, and
Україна
Ukraine
серед цих країн
among these countries has had a really important role, and now
дуже багато працюємо з Україною.
we are working a lot with Ukraine. We are thinking how do we rebuild cooperation with Ukrainian community that is in general for us. This Internet Governance Forum is a very important event, and we were supporting these forums from the very beginning, from the very first forum, the first international forum, Ukrainian forum, and this forum is really special for us. It's especially important, and we want to be useful to the most, as much as it's possible, to make everything we can do in these conditions for Ukrainian community, establish new connections, to understand what's happening, what use can we bring to the society. Maybe there are some ideas for us, maybe we need to tell something, maybe we need to tell something about what we've got, what useful things we have for you. That is the forum of internet governance. These are very important sources of information for us, from us and to us. And therefore, I'm really glad to greet all the participants. Just as usual, I truly hope that we will have a very interesting program.
Welcome.
And
Дякую за увагу.
thank you for your attention.
Дякую, Олексію.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Our next speaker has to be Marcus Comer, but unfortunately I don't see him. He's representative of Global Internet Governance Forum.
I'm here, I'm online.
Є тут, є онлайн.
Yes, please.
Так, прошу.
Тут. Маркус.
Маркус, can you hear us? Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
Доброго ранку.
Chair of
Звуть
the
мене
Internet Governance
Маркус
Forums
Кумар. Я є власне головою асоціації IGF. Дуже приємно мені бути сьогодні учасником цієї сесії. Перш за все, хочу привітати вас за такий факт плідної роботи, що ви можете здійснити форум з управління інтернетом саме в Україні. І це означає, що ви дуже турбуєтеся саме інтернетом та управлінням інтернетом. І я хочу сказати, що це основна річ в плані глобалізації, але пандемія також показала, що йдеться більше, ніж лише про це. Адже наразі це є однією з основ суспільства. Це дає змогу спілкуватися із сім'ями у складні часи. Це дає змогу переконатися, чи наші рідні у безпеці, і тримати з ними зв'язок. І це має надзвичайну цінність, особливо для вас, адже ви зараз настільки потерпаєте від таких жахливих часів війни. Дозвольте мені зазначити декілька слів про власне форум підтримки управління інтернетом. Я хочу сказати, що ми засновані були у 2014 році у Швейцарії. Наша ціль дуже проста. Ми підтримуємо IGF і надаємо підтримку на всіх рівнях: глобальному, регіональному та місцевому. І ми також створюємо такі трастові фонди саме для глобальних IGF, які переносять пріоритети на національний регіональний рівні. Надзвичайно важливим є глобальний рівень, але також я гадаю, що досвід показав, що на національному рівні вплив буде найбільший. І управління має починатися з дому. І знову ж таки, той факт, що ви проводите цю зустріч під час надзвичайно складних обставин, показує на сьогодні важливість цієї розмови, цього обговорення. І зрештою, я б хотів вас запросити, у нас буде Генасамблея IGF, у нас фізично, а буде воно відбуватися наступного понеділка. Ви можете до нас долучитися по інтернету, і посилання ви знайдете на сайті. На цьому я бажаю вам гарної взаємодії, успішної зустрічі. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you very much for such
Дуже дякуємо за такі теплі привітання і за пояснення про IGF. Our next speaker is Serhiy Demiduk, Deputy Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine.
Вітаю, шановні учасники.
Greetings, dear participants.
Чути приємно.
I'm really glad to see you, to hear nice words.
Реальні нас сьогодні є такі.
Indeed, today we have, unfortunately, our
9-й місяць.
war, full-scale war with Russia lasts for many months already, and it seems that everybody is getting used to shellings, to losses of their loved ones, and other bad things that were brought by war. But I would like to mention that this war has a unique difference from all other wars that are known. Maybe for the first time in the history of humanity, the war is going on not only in physical space, on land and in air, but also in virtual space. And Mr. Ivan mentioned already, cyberspace is a key part of all the military operations as of today. This war already shows that this is a very important part of our defense in general. At the same time, it should be mentioned that the national system of cybersecurity, in my opinion, was tried successfully, especially the communication part. We preserve and ensure on the satisfactory level to ensure the safety of the country and the safety of the connection, because connection is one of the key parts of the success of any operations, especially military operations. So objects of cybersecurity also show that they are capable to stand dangers in cyberspace, and we could achieve even more. We didn't expect many and from many that hard work that they could show us during this battle. And I can speak as of today about consolidation of efforts of both business and society and the state in general. The experience that we've got puts our country in line with the leading cyber countries in the world, and it's not the exaggeration. Our experience in this war in cyberspace will be very satisfactory in order to reassess and build the strategy of fighting with our enemy, in particular the Russian Federation, because a lot of the things that they were kind of like masking and hiding, we could reveal, and we have to think about like what threats might be there in unexpected and hidden places of cyberspace in general. How many subjects are created, how many of them are used in order to impact both on operational, technical, and information levels.
Тому хочу висказати
So I would like
професійній спільноті
to say to the whole community for that important job that they are doing from the beginning of war and now. And I hope in such joint work we will be able to achieve a huge success in order to gain our victory, our desired victory. And we have to speed it up as much as possible. But we need to work much with you. And the main thing is to keep in touch with each other, to help each other. It doesn't matter whether it's a state or it's a citizen or it's private sector. As of today, we have to be the one. And I think that today, during this event, we will manage to discuss a lot of things among ourselves and to bring proposals that will help us to fight our enemy, that will help us to gain the mechanisms and powers and tools in order to qualitatively, professionally defend our country and achieve our victory. So thank you very much for the word given to me. Thanks to all of you for participating in such difficult time. And I think that it will be beneficial for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much to all the speakers, to all people who are present here in the room, who are present on our screens, to the other side of the screen. And you will be able also to watch the recording because now not everybody managed to join. So we are switching to our first section. And we are inspired with such nice speeches of our speakers. That is section 1, cybersecurity under the conditions of war. So, Mr. Ivan. Yeah, we are. So I wish you fruitful cooperation and inspiration.
У нас наука так спрацьовує. Доброго дня, шановні.
Hello, dear colleagues.
В умовах
Under the conditions of war and blackout, it's the first 13th, I would like to underline, our forum, which is taking place at the times of war and blackout. Of course, unfortunately, we won't be able to go through, let us say so, as we planned, all over the program. Why? Because some of our speakers, I'm not sure they will be able to join right now. The first one was Mr. Andriy Chernyak, rector of the Academy of the SSU, and he is not in touch. And then Mr. Jura, deputy head of State Special Connection, he is not in touch. I don't see the answer from him, not yet. So let us do it as follows. I don't see if he joined. Okay, so you're with us, right, Mr. Andriy? We can't hear you. Does everybody hear me? Yes, yes, we do. Mr. Andriy, can we already present your speech? Well, let us wait a bit.
Зараз от у мене прийшов меседж.
Now I've got the message, the answer right now that Oleg Vasilyevich Haiduk joined us. Mr. Oleg, can you hear us? Mr. Ivan, as far as I understand, now the speakers don't have the good enough connection. I can do that. So while I have this connection, so for us not to wait too long.
Давайте просто
Well, let us, so to say,
зв'язком все ж таки в Києві.
in Kiev, the connection is much worse compared to Zaporizhia. As far as I see, you are in Zaporizhia, Sergei Sergeyevich, right? Yes. We were here. Yesterday we had disconnections, blackouts, and electricity cuts. And it's not clear where electricity is cut and when, so we may have different situations. But so far, I am connected. As far as I understand, you don't have any presentation, Sergei Sergeyevich. Yes, I don't have a presentation.
Давайте
All right.
хвилинку там.
Just a minute.
Олег Васильович,
Олег Васильович
я бачу, що він з'явився.
will have a short
Включіть, будь ласка, мікрофон.
word.
Який він не зміг.
Oleg Vasilyevich will make short welcoming remarks because he was not able to connect.
Я вас чую, мене чутно.
Так, чутно.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ми вас слухаємо.
We are listening.
Шановні колеги, зараз
Dear colleagues, right now we will hear the welcoming remarks because he was not able to connect. Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Oleg Vasilyevich Haiduk.
Добрий день всім. Я
A good day, everybody. Greetings to all the participants of today's conference. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm very pleased that in these difficult times you have found an opportunity to conduct this great event. I hope it will be very interesting and I hope it will be very useful for all the participants, for everybody who is going to watch us. I would like to say that we work to strengthen the cyber space and cyber defense of our country. We can see that our enemy is attacking us by means of missiles in the real world, and in the virtual world we are sustaining attacks in the virtual space. So all the sectors of life are under attack. The civilian sector, the civil society sector, connections, communications, banking, energy sector, communications, everything that is related to the normal, usual life of people is under attack. It's so good that we have high-quality specialists and experts in the Ministry of Defense. During this period of war, we are developing our Security Operations Center. We are creating other relevant institutions and agencies to support safety and security in the Ministry of Defense. A lot of thanks to our military personnel, to the command of the communications sections who are defending the cyberspace in the armed forces, in the headquarters and in the Ministry of Defense. We are working together, we work as one team, and as of today we can say that the enemy was not able to achieve their goals in the cyberspace. They were not able even to to do anything, almost anything at all.
Починається оборонний хакатон.
Today we start a defense hackathon.
Багато команд
A lot of team will be training
має з цивілізованого світу.
from the entire civilized world. A lot of people are getting connected to our hackathon. Today we will have an opening. I hope it will be covered online and in the mass media, and everybody will be able to see this.
Ще раз, в цих складних
In general, in these difficult circumstances, I would like to wish you
конференції
a good conference.
бажати, щоб
I would like to wish you, I would like to wish I wish this conference to achieve great results that we would be able to use and that we will be using during our operations. Thanks to everybody for the attention. Thank you, Oleg Vasilyevich. Thanks a lot for this great support from the Ministry of Defense, from the armed forces. Thank you for supporting the cyberspace, cybersecurity during these days and in the conditions of war. So these are the key messages that have to be heard by the market. Your messages will be heard by the market participants and by the society in general. Thank you for the welcoming remarks. And right now we will start a work of our section. If you have possibility, if possible, you can join us. And I wish you a good day. I wish you a very good hackathon. By the way, hackathon is also a very important event that we have in the times of war. Thank you. Thank you. I wish you a great day.
Пане Андрію,
Андрій, містер Андрій, Сергій Сергійович.
Пане Андрію, у вас є
Андрій,
10, щоб Сергій Сергійович
do you have 10 minutes for Sergey, to allow Sergey to speak? Because Mr. Sergey is on a business trip in Zaporizhia, and he would like to speak because he doesn't have a stable electricity and connection.
Дуже дякую за надане слово і
Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to speak about the legal framework in the sphere of cybersecurity. As we know, that in the 22nd century, we have additional risks that are connected to the technologies on the market. So the cybersecurities are becoming more and more serious, and they will be more and more serious during the time, as we understand. They threaten the different government structures on the national and international levels. During the centers of power in the world, they are trying to divide the world and to implement their own geopolitical interests, first of all. So the cybersecurity, together with other physical securities, is one of the theaters of military action. There are new types of forces, cyber army, which is responsible not only for protection against cyber attacks, but they also do offensives in the cyberspace to damage the critical infrastructure of the enemy, to damage the information systems that are governing the critical infrastructure. As of today, Russia is one of the greatest sources of danger for Ukraine, and we are implementing our strategies for defense in the cyberspace and against the psychological operations. During the hybrid war that we can see in Ukraine, enemy's destructive activities are aiming to conduct the acts of cyber terrorism in the cyberspace. Also, the technical level of cyber threats is growing. Enemies are improving their tools for cyber attacks. More and more cyber attacks are used as special information operations to manipulate the society and to impact the election process. A lot of terroristic organizations are starting to use cyberspace as well against the atomic energy facilities, electricity, water facilities, electronic communication facilities. They are also aiming at financial and banking sphere, strategic raw materials, chemical facilities, and so on and so forth. So, expansion of cybersecurities and sophistication of cyber threat tools needs us to improve our strategies. We need to identify all the vulnerabilities as soon as possible and remove them, and also to share the information in order to minimize the potential damage. We have to do it right now, because the number of cyber attacks is going to grow. Well, it doesn't depend only on the war, but it depends on the changes in the global informational world. The world is constantly changing, and the world needs a balanced, efficient national systems of cybersecurity, which would be able to adapt to the changes in the environment, which would guarantee safe cyberspace for the citizens and provide new possibilities for digitalization of all the spheres of life. We need to create a country which would be able to sustain its social and economic development in the modern world, and it requires from us to be capable to stop the destructive activities of enemy in the cyberspace, to achieve the cyber sustainability at all levels, which is also based, among other things, on trust to each other. We need to ensure the national system of resilience. Our society has to be ready to respond to the threats. So first of all, we need to evaluate the risks and identify vulnerabilities and drawbacks. We need to have strategic planning and anti-crisis management. We need to implement universal protocols of response to crisis, and we need to respond taking recommendations of NATO. We need to have clear cooperation between the security and defense agencies, business, territorial communities, civil society, law enforcement, and population in order to overcome the impacts of the emergencies. Also, we need to share the necessary skills and knowledge in this sphere. We need to inform people on how to ensure their own security of their families and friends, to their close ones. We need to help people to master the important digital skills. And number 5 is to have reliable channels of communication between the government and population. A good, efficient system of infrastructure has a clear distribution of responsibility between participants, between the government and private entities. We have to create it in the future, but we already have the legal framework, as the Parliament has already adopted the law on the critical infrastructure. Also, in July 2022, the Parliament also made amendments in certain laws of Ukraine in order to withstand the aggression in the cyberspace. According to the new legislation, we have a new mandate for the government agencies to implement the state policy to withstand the aggression. And we are creating the center of active prevention of the aggression. It's very good that our agency, the Special State Agency for Communications, has new functions. Well, they have been fulfilling those activities, but now they have the legislative mandate for this. Also, we have a new law of Ukraine on cloud services has come into force. So it regulates the data processing by the government agencies and government resources in the cloud, on the servers, according to the requirements of the European regulations. Recently, Ukraine has become a candidate for members to the European Union, and in my opinion, this is the only good way for Ukraine to become part of the unified European community. So right now, we need to adapt our legislation as soon as possible in order to correspond to the requirements of the European Union. Also, we have had certain legislative changes on functioning of the electronic registers, electronic communication systems. The new legislation allows to maintain the electronic registers on the cloud, even if the cloud is located outside Ukraine. So probably we all understand why this is important, because today, when the enemy is destroying our infrastructure, trying to destroy the infrastructure, electricity supplies, the usage of cloud services will help us to save the information, to preserve it, and to have quick access to the information. So this legislation, these amendments to the legislation on the information and communication systems, the new legislation says that the government has to determine the procedures of collection keeping and access to the registers in the nearest time. Also, the registers are not allowed to be conducted on the temporarily occupied territories. Also, the legislation clearly determines that cloud services cannot be used with the resources of the aggressor countries or by the countries which are under sanctions, or on the territories of countries which are in the union with aggressor countries. So if a country is supporting the aggressor country, of course we will not be storing information on their servers, on their clouds. It goes without explanations. So the legal basis to support the interests of the society, people and citizens, and to support the national interests of Ukraine in the cybersecurities, all the aims and all the directions of the government policy in the cybersecurity, authorities of the government, of the organizations, this is all determined by the law of Ukraine on the basis of the cybersecurity of Ukraine. Also, we have clear definitions in our work in the sphere of digitalization. We have a clear action plan up to 2024. This plan was developed according to the President's program for Ukraine in the sphere of digitalization. According to the program and plan, we need to develop and adopt draft laws about creation of the National Service of Cybersecurity and Information Protection. We need a new edition of the law on the State Service of Special Communication and Information Protection. We will need a new edition of the law on the telecommunication systems, and also we need to change the secondary legislation in order to adapt and implement the standards of bridges. We need to strengthen the level of information security, and we need to legalize the modern models of verification and supporting information security. Also, we need to develop a new law on the cybersecurity and the secondary legislation corresponding to the law. I believe that cybersecurity has different components, but it has to be a unified whole thing. This has to be the cybersecurity of the government, of the state, of the business, and cybersecurity of each separate citizen. Cybersecurity is not a process that we can finalize, because this is a continuous process that continues every day, every second. It needs improvement on the legislative level, and of course, we need to ensure cyber hygiene and improve the skills and knowledge of our citizens. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is responsible for all the questions of government regulation, but we need communication, we need interaction, and because we bear the responsibility for what is happening online, and we are responsible for our cybersecurity. We are doing everything possible so that our family and friends get maximum skills to protect themselves from the psychological operations of the enemy, to protect the information on our personal devices. And everybody in Ukraine is responsible for the cybersecurity of the entire country. But I'm sure that we are going to overcome our enemies, that we are going to win. Thank you for the attention, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you, Sergei Sergeyevich. And I hope that during the development and implementation of the draft law, in spite of blackouts, in spite of the war, we are going to build good cooperation with a professional environment. We are going to build cooperation with the professional associations and organizations and those who are responsible for cybersecurity. This will allow to improve the quality of our legislation. Right now we have the law on electronic communications, but right now this law does not correspond to the reality, and it's very difficult to implement this law. So, thank you. Thank you for this interesting and comprehensive report. I hope that we are going to manage not only to win the war, but we will be able to improve the conditions to make Ukraine strong, independent, and a powerful European country. Thank you. I wish you a good day. If you don't have internet in Zaporizhia, well, We understand, as far as we understand, these are your circumstances. Please stay with us. Right now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Andriy Chernyak, because every sector of the society, every manufacturing sector and industry and cybersecurity cannot exist without training the new personnel, because people, this is not equipment, not facilities, but as practice shows, this is people who are playing the most important role in the ensuring of cybersecurity. So please, the topic of your report, education as an element of cybersecurity, I believe this would be great to hear it on our forums. Yes, I would like to join. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. This is a big honor for me as a lawyer to participate. So during these 2 years, as I have been holding the position of rector, we started the cybersecurity in the system of the National Academy of the Security Service of Ukraine, because before this time we understood that we have challenges and that we need to do something. And thanks to Volodymyr Adolfovich Koledenko, thank you to the College of Communication, thank you to the Kyiv Polytechnical Institute and other educational institutions that help us to improve our cyber education.
Indeed, in the framework of specialty of national defense, we founded the cybersecurity direction in the information sphere, and we made the first involving of people this year, and this year we are going to have the biggest course through the whole history of the academy. And we developed the system. We are filling that in with specialists from leading spheres of higher education. And thanks to Ivan Mikhailovich, we hope that we will start building our cyber field. Is a very important element. We have agreement with the State Connection and other institutions in order to expand the possibilities of this education. This is a very important moment, and we understand that any worker can have at least some primary knowledge on cyber safety, like cyber hygiene and so on. Therefore, we founded this year the blocks, educational blocks of educational programs of all the specializations that are present in the State Academy. This is state security and others, and we strengthened the word, demonstrated that we have no time to waste it. And therefore, absolutely, we also involved cybersecurity, because I will repeat myself, it's a very important element. And this year we conducted a range of trainings with representatives of the Silicon Valley, and we are developing the issue of it's important for Ukrainian and foreign representatives. We are working with different institutions, and thanks to Serhiy Vasilievich Demeduk, we made a mix of private and state partnership in educational sphere, where our students, when studying these or other specialties, educational specialties, they gain competencies. We've been working for more half a year. We were implementing successful cases. Our students are gaining content, including foreign content, because we are teaching more than 12 languages, and we are collecting, we are forming a base about Russian criminals, and we are collecting content related to their crimes. And our students, in addition to gaining real skills, they were involved to this part, and I would like to repeat myself, we have successful cases of cooperation. We are cooperating with the special forces, we are cooperating with different services. We understand that it's our future, and our educational programs, they are incredibly flexible. We are changing those in case when it's necessary. It might be even a few times per educational year, because we understand that there are trends, our speakers, our specialists, and we have to, as the only profiled educational institution, we have to involve them into our institution, because it's one of the key elements of working of the good specialists, not only in the cybersecurity and Department of Cybersecurity, but also Department of Development and protection of our state and so on. It's a very important element, and we understand that, and probably even first of all, this private and state partnership of the specialists helps us to develop this cyber security sphere. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the invitation.
Дуже дякую, Андрію Миколаївичу.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrei Mikolaevich, and I truly hope that this very scientific base, as your academy has and other establishments, educational establishments, it will allow us not only to strengthen cybersecurity, but also to make much more also for the security of the European Union and European countries. Because in our conditions now we have the opportunity when these are hard times, and when we have that, then the person thinks faster and faster makes decisions. So thank you very much for the work that you are doing. And now I'd like to, I understand that now you're going to hackathon and you have some very interesting event that you are taking part in, so I would like to wish you good to have this event, for it to be successful. If you can just stay with us, and now I would like to give the floor to the person who did a lot for development of telecommunications in Ukraine and is doing that for the last 30 years and founded the monthly cyber security. It is like even the year cybersecurity. It's a person that we should not talk much about that person. We just should give him the possibility to express his thoughts, and it's the person who developed the whole sphere and today is heading this direction in the Trade Chamber of Kyiv. Mr. Volodymyr Adolfovich, let us switch our places. Thank you very much. Thank you to your colleagues. And now we are in a hybrid format today that we are doing our 13th forum on internet governance. I never believed in numerology, but if somebody would have said me that the 13th meeting would be during the war, I just wouldn't have believed that. But now it's the 13th forum on internet governance, and I truly hope that the following forums we will do in Ukraine at peaceful time after our victory. And of course, I would like to express a few words about the private and state partnership, about our activities, about education, cyber education, and also the cybersecurity and the conditions of war. And we will understand what is state-private partnership. This forum was born. It's a readiness of the business owners, also heads of the business, CEOs of companies, and just businessmen to mobilize their intellectual, financial, and material resources in order to defend the country and ensure safety. And this very period that we survived, 9 months of war, it showed that Ukraine demonstrated cyber resilience, and it consists of many factors, and it's a possibility of special bodies to react and like ability of business to support with their technological innovations, to implement military style, that is new things that come today. This is readiness of educational environment to prepare good specialists. This is legislative system that has to stimulate the best practices and opportunity to create the reliable system of cyber defense. This is a really huge notion, and I think that I support fully Mr. Demiduk that Ukraine as of today has passed the first trial for cyber resilience, and the myth about the Russian hackers is ruined, and today we are having like stream on cyber front, I would say the following thing, that the check by war and time for resilience, for human resilience, for cyber resilience, each businessman has passed this test. And in these hard times, with these challenges, these times they show who can do what. And the prevailing part of Ukrainian businesses coped with this part, and they were providing support when necessary. They hired specialists, member of trade chamber, who are really active participants of the cyber security for business. We are in contact with them all the time. They provided the material base, intellectual resources in order to, together with the state as of today, to cope with this, our enemy. And I think that in the sphere of IT, the field of cybersecurity, of course, we had improvements. Of course, there are some challenges, there are some problems, but as of today, there is full readiness, not just theoretically, but in practice, to fight and to create active, strong cyber environment. And of course, 5 years when we've been conducting months of cybersecurity, and hundreds of companies were participating, and also representatives of not only our partners and stakeholders at the Council of Defense of Information Department, Cyber Policy Ministry of Digital Transformation, and also the mayors of the cities, heads of the oblasts, heads of different enterprises. And all of that gave certain results. Cyber hygiene and spreading knowledge about elementary skills and safety, of course, this also promoted cyber resilience. And this month of cyber resilience that we are conducting during war led us to the opinion that we should not concentrate all our activities as we've been doing previous years in October, but we decided to conduct a lot of various events in different spheres related to cybersecurity. It's really symbolic that we started this day of cybersecurity from the day of cybersecurity for students of higher educational establishments who are studying on the Education 125, and thanks to our partner company Adamant and TV channel, we allowed to join for the students of 5 up to 10 educational establishments, and now we have up to 5,000 students. If I'm not mistaken, we had like them at the same time. I think it's a colossal result, because we could show what kind of challenges are there as of today, how the education is transformed, and what is the window of opportunities for students. It's very important to use this window of opportunities. And the continuation of this topic on 29th, together with USAID, together with representatives of businesses, we will have like a huge session about the framework, national framework of specialty, and there will be first 6 standards presented from educational programs, and out of that list of qualification, more than 20 qualifications are those that are approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. And I think that it's a very important step as well, and we are involving their representatives of business in order for these standards to be really relevant and to correspond to requirements of time. We are planning this year also to conduct our traditional forum, which we are conducting also IGF forum for 13 years. We are making the 5th forum already, and at first it was named Cybersecurity Defend Your Business. When the Secretary of the Council of National Security came, Mr. Danilo, he said that if you have cybersecurity, you can defend the safety. So we decided to change it, like cybersecurity, you can defend your state, you can defend business. And we are doing that together with the exhibition on cybersecurity, which will make a stress on the implementation of possibilities of Ukrainian IT companies, Ukrainian producers, on those goods, products, and solutions that, as of today, they can present and they are actively implementing in defense sectors. So that is the policy which is, as of today, is dictated by Cyber Hackathon, where we have representatives of private sector, academic community. It has to develop the solution on our technological advantage over our enemies. And this is involvement of the best innovations into this field, and it has to be done as a system, and we are interested in that. We are working with associations, with business, and with the defense structures. As I mentioned, children are incredibly important, and this year we had a competition named Kyber, and everybody remembers, like people, older people, they remember that there was Zenitsa, the patriotic game, and now we have Jura, and for a few years we are having Cyber Jura. That is, it's very important to have the military and patriotic upbringing, because now we don't have to force our children to speak Ukrainian. Nowadays, like I've been in one of the families, and the grandma is telling me that the milk from the cow, the grandson went and he sold the milk, and the money that they earned, they made a donut for our armed forces. So our kids are really patriotic, but Cyber Jura, it's a development of patriotic feelings using new technologies, GIS technologies, with the areas that are doing there, and with giving new information. It stimulates kids, for sure. And this year, during winter vacation, we are going to hold the second game, which is called, like last year, it was Cyber Ninja. And this year, we decided that Ninja are in Japan, and we have Cossacks. And we are going to have Cyber Cossacks. And it will be done that our Cyber Cossacks will win. And yesterday, I met the representative of UNICEF in Ukraine, Ratchahin, and UNICEF is going also to help us conduct this. This is an international organization together with the Small Academy of Sciences. We are going to conduct that for the whole Ukraine. And of course, there will be the content for kids, very important, like defense material. And today was mentioned the new trend also. So we will offer a few competitions for children. There will be mentors, trainers. That is very important. It is today during the war not to miss education. It's very important under the conditions of war to use these opportunities in order to develop cyber education, beginning with the younger, I think from the kindergarten, because the children now, they begin to use more different tools, different gadgets, and they do that earlier, and then they start speaking. And of course, we will conduct based on the National Security of Ukraine institution, and we are preparing on cybersecurity, the educational component. Mr. Chernyak mentioned that today. We will talk about that as well. How are we preparing the workers based on Vinnytsia Technological University? We are preparing strategic session on very important issue, strengthening of defense of critical infrastructure, best practices. That is, it's a whole complex, and the aim is to strengthen, with the help of private-state partnership of all the available tools, our cyber security. I would like to express hope that in spite of blackouts, in spite of difficult situation, we are in a hybrid format, and now I'm here with my colleagues in Ataman studio, and I think that you are virtually here, and the thing that we hear and see each other, it demonstrates one more time that we are technologically capable as of today for these challenges to react adaptively. I would like to thank Ivan Mikhailovich Petukhov for the partner's relationship during many years, for his mission actually, because he is actually a driver of IGF Forum for many years already, and he's the main person who starts different activities. And I would like to express my opinion that only such position of authorities of civil society can be the base of our victories. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава.
Glory to heroes. Dear colleagues, we continue our section, of course, without the support of the society, without business support and initiative, and without support from our authorities, we can't efficiently implement like anything in different countries. Now we have really difficult conditions, and it only strengthens our desire, our wish to the victory, to improvement, to what we do actually. So let us say so. We have the body that joins all the first structures and who is a coordinator in peaceful time and military times. And I would like to give the floor now to Serhiy Dmitrovich Prokopenko, and he is head of the NCC Activity Support Department of the NSDC Cybersecurity in time of war. So, Mr. Serhiy, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan.
Доброго дня.
Hello.
Радий бачити.
I'm glad to see all the participants.
Іван Михайлович уже казав,
And Ivan Mikhailovich mentioned already that it's not the first time that we are facing attacks.
бачу, да. І фактично
And as a matter of fact, beginning with 2015,
Росія
Russia always tried to destroy our infrastructure, and we remember the attacks to communication sector that was mentioned, and we remember that in 2015 there was the first blackout because of this cyber attack, because of application of harmful software. In the next year there was a partial blackout in Kyiv, and in 2017 we had probably the most large scale Petty attack, which was also aimed at harming different structures, including like energy. So that all was supported by disinformation, by attempt to give a thought that Ukraine is not strong enough, that Ukraine can't cope with that Ukraine is not united within itself. And even at the beginning of that year, foreign journalists came to us and they were asking why is Ukraine so weak in cybersecurity?
Of course, now they are asking other questions. They are trying to acquire our experience. But if I try to comment on the events of the full-fledged invasion of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, as for the cybersecurity sphere, it started in the September and October of the previous year. So it was happening in all the sectors, the government sector, in the sector of critical infrastructure. We saw a great increase in the malware activities. They were scanning the networks, they increased phishing attacks. They increased the number of attempts to interfere with the networks in different ways. And on the 13th of January of this year, after the critical mass of statistics about our systems, they have accumulated certain statistics about our systems. There was an operation, Bleeding Bear, in which they attacked about 20 agencies of the government sectors. They showed defaced pages on the resources, and they used a big number of Viper programs aimed to destroy the data in the information systems. So probably this was the first preliminary coordinated attack, and judging by the facts, this was some sort of a training in Russia. A lot of different groups were involved in Russia, probably in order to check their coordination during the full-fledged cyber attack. As for the cyberspace, if we look at this full-fledged invasion, it's in the cyberspace. It started about 10 years before the actual physical attacks, before 10 days before the 24th of February. So probably starting from February 15, this has been the most difficult time when we were withstanding very intensive attacks aimed at more or less visible information systems. All of this was accompanied with the attempts to destroy information where they could do it. They were attempting to destroy backup copies as well. In the telecom sector, we saw that they were trying to overload the channels with DDoS attacks. Starting from March and May, the situation, well, it didn't calm down, but in March to May, in the spring, everybody in Ukraine were ready to these developments, including in the cybersphere. So actually what was happening in the cyberspace, in the telecom sector, we had a lot of denial of service attacks. They were trying to destroy the infrastructure where they could. I mean, IT infrastructures, as well as that they were also attempting to damage the programs of network programs to make it more difficult to restore the infrastructure. We had a lot of BGP attacks that were trying to use different roads for the Ukrainian information. On the temporarily occupied territories, a big share of communications infrastructure was damaged, unfortunately. Also, on the locations where they had physical access to the equipment, they were also trying to use our seized equipment to access our networks. They were trying to access to those parts of the network that are under control of Ukraine. Actually, all the IT services, all the service providers, the internet providers, including the satellite segment, and data centers, and hosting providers, as well as all other parts that are related to the telecommunication sectors, they were all under attacks. And according to our estimations, at least there were at least 21 incidents of critical importance. And of course, Russia had certain success in this cyber war. Well, we can see the chart. This is not about telecommunications sector, but I believe there is a similar situation that can be observed in your sphere as well. So what is happening right now? Actually, as we can see the overall decrease in a number of security events. As we can see on the chart, if we can see the security events in the network, their number is getting lower. At the same time, it does not mean that they are spending less efforts to attack our infrastructure. On the other hand, their attacks are more targeted. The enemy is using the data that they were able to obtain as a result of their attacks. So they are analyzing the data. They are trying to get the account data, account access data. Most of the successful enemy attacks right now are happening because of the fact, because they are using the leaked account data to account credentials to access our networks. Also, they are actively use brute force, credential stuffing attacks. This is when they have some information from the account credentials. They may have passwords or preliminary passwords of users, and they are using these credentials to get inside the networks. As for the banking sphere, we can see more and more phishing attacks. We can see more cases of fraud. And the criminals that are using these tools, they are actively using the topic of helping, of charity, of helping people to each other. We have a lot of internally displaced people, a lot of people who have moved abroad, a lot of people have lost their jobs, have lost their income. So this fraud is very successful, and the criminals are actively trying to steal funds from our citizens. Also, as for the telecom sector, well, the telecommunications sector is facing the largest numbers of attacks in Ukraine, as well as IT sector. So providers are sustaining targeted attacks. The carriers are sustaining attacks, the service companies as well. So we can say we can see more and more supply chain attacks. So the supply chain attacks are gaining a bigger share among different cyber threats. So Russia has exhausted its first stage potential, and now, most probably, the enemy is developing a new plan to actively attack the infrastructure of Ukraine in the cyberspace, and probably in the nearest time, this plan will be actively implemented in life. On the background of physical attacks, we can see that sometimes we don't have sufficient resources to respond, and this is also one of the threats. What is government doing and has been doing? I have indicated certain points here. First of all, this is initiation and development of cyber forces. Well, we started to do this in the summer of the previous year. The National Security and Defense Council initiated creation of sectoral cybersecurity centers in the energy sector. We, as a National Coordination Center for Cybersecurity, we understand that in this trilogy, technology, people and processes, people are playing the most important role. So we were trying to educate as much as possible the representatives of the government sectors. We were trying to conduct common trainings for private sector, for private companies. We conducted a competition called Grid Networks. On the strategic level, we had staff trainings
Перед початком
strategic level staff trainings.
вже як активно
Before the start of the invasion,
як я казав,
so after the 15th of February, we were witnessing more and more cyber attacks.
країн-партнерам,
We were trying to coordinate with the governments from our partner countries,
українським компаніям і
and that's how we were able to provide Ukrainian companies and Ukrainian state to protect themselves using the resources of Cloudflare, Google, Microsoft, and other prominent global companies.
впроваджено план чи
Right now, we have developed a plan or a procedure for response for the main cybersecurity sectors,
загальнонаціональний план
and also we are developing a national response plan which will identify the roles and responsibilities of all the stakeholders, including private sector. Of course, without cooperation with the private sector, everything would be impossible.
нашої протистояння кібервійни
And one of our cases of success in the war was that after we announced the creation of our cyber reserves, our cyber forces,
сотні людей
in several weeks after the announcements, hundreds of people have enlisted as our cyber reserve,
в кібервійні.
and they are withstanding in the cyber war against the Russian Federation as volunteers. I would like to thank to all the stakeholders in the telecommunications sector.
Такої злагодженої роботи і підтримки.
This has been a very well concerted work. This has been a great support. I can't speak about everything, but the response was very quick. The telecom sector is supporting the military very quickly. They are supporting our defense. And I believe this is a great contribution into the resilience of Ukraine
Ми намагаємося,
and in the successful
долучатись до
withstanding to the enemy attacks. We are trying to actively to involve our international partners.
скажімо,
So we have support
було засуджено
from the diplomatic spheres, from, of course, the European Union, the United States condemned the attacks on the highest level. They condemned the attacks on the telecommunication sectors and the satellite provider Viasat.
Талінського центру з
Ukraine has become a member of the Tallinn sector
регулярності
in the NATO. We are on a regular communication with our colleagues in the EU and in the United States. From the practical point of view, we are able to have high-quality analytics about threats. We have high-quality warnings about threats.
одразу ж передаємо це тим,
So wherever we can,
чиї системи атаковані. Я думаю,
we are sharing the information
Держспецзв'язку
to those entities that are under attack.
постійно передає таку інформацію нашим
Well,
українцям.
thanks that our Ukrainian companies, our international partners are sharing the informations with our local partners.
Громадян є
Another important part of the attack against our citizens is phishing. This is fraud, and we have initiated a project to build a firewall, DNS firewall, and it allows to filter the phishing resources on the DNS level. As I can say,
один з найбільших українських провайдерів і
one of the greatest Ukrainian providers has united with us,
точно навіть
has engaged into the work,
три запити
and in several hours we had 763 requests to the landing page. So if we have like an average conversion rate of 10-15%,
могли віддати гроші
around 100 citizens could have sacrificed their money to the criminals.
вдається зупинити.
So because of the protective measures, we are able to stop the fraudulent activities. I would like to urge the telecommunications sector to actively share information about incidents, about cyber threats.
Скажімо, обезліченої формі
You can do this anonymously. in order not to share your resources. But if you share the information on crime, this would allow us to make better forecasts. And if we have intelligence exchange with CTI, with our foreign partners, the information exchange would allow us to successfully withstand the frauds and attacks. Right now, there are questions about sanctioning the IT sector and communication sector of the Russian Federation, because we have a lot of things that are deeply connected in this sphere, but we need to get a good expertise from the market, so to say, not to shoot ourselves on the leg, on the foot. So we would like to actively engage you in this work. Also, we are collecting evidence. We are collecting evidence in order to later take the criminals, bring the criminals to responsibility, and to provide for the opportunities of compensations. So we need to plan. We need to plan on how we will be restoring the infrastructure. We will need new knowledge, new resources. So we are ready to look into your suggestions. Thank you for the attention. Glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. Thank you, Sergei Dmitrovich. This is a very good and relevant report.
That you spoke about the joint efforts from the society, from profiled enterprises, business, and the Council of Safety and Defense. I hope that they will hear that we will have fruitful cooperation in part of improvement of conditions, let us say, so of connection and improvement of cybersecurity and defense of Ukraine. And now we have certain changes. I understand that Mr. Serhiy is in a hurry together with his colleague, the head of the expert group of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and I would like to give what is done right now in this direction in the Ministry of Defense. I would like to have Mr. Vadim, the floor is yours. I wish health to everyone, and I would like to mention that cyber defense, which is in the Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces. It's a bit bigger sphere, and we are really thankful that Internet Association doesn't forget about the defense sector, and they are involving us to this very forum, because if we understand that the cyberspace and domains where the armed fighting is used in this cyberspace, and we can see as of today that the capacities about use of this domain in order to prevent cyber aggression, they go down, and therefore I guess that it is worth not to forget about us as armed forces, because we should have these capabilities, and we have to begin creating our own infrastructure for the maximum capacities in order to prevent the aggression from other countries. Thanks to our foreign partners, we are able not only to act inside of our country and look for partners in order to fight the aggression in cyberspace and also abroad. Unfortunately, not everybody understands, people from abroad, they don't understand what is blackout, what does it mean to be without water and internet, without connection. Therefore, I really think that this Internet Forum has to strengthen this message and to share it with the world community and Internet associations of the world. What is prevention of cyber aggression and how necessary it is in such conditions. So thank you for this opportunity to be part of let us say so, not just the defense sphere, but also the general internet community. And thank you very much for helping us in this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you as well, Mr. Vadim, and I truly hope that Ukraine will be a strong and powerful country after the war that Russia Federation caused to us. They invaded our territory and they're ruining physically and virtually. And there's a huge challenge concerning critical infrastructure. But even under such conditions, we are going to continue both study and teach our specialists, as Mr. Chernyak mentioned, rector of Academy of the Security Service of Ukraine. Now we have my old friend in touch who joined an IT, Dmitry Lande, head of the Department of Information Security, that is Polytechnical Institute named after Sikorsky, and many other achievements has Mr. Dmitry, and he's really experienced, he's really talented person, and his speech is Mr. Dmitry, are you with us? If you are with us, please open the icon. I can see you're here. So it's ASCENT as a component of cybersecurity. I think it will be really interesting for all of us. It will be also interesting for those who really are working with ASCENT. So, Dmitry, I can't see you. I'm sorry. I just offer to wait for a minute because I can see that the microphone is not active. So Mr. Dmitry has active microphone. So Mr. Dmitry, do you hear us? Can you hear me? Well, we see the presentation. Just tell us when our technical support should switch the slides. Okay. Hello, everybody. After we heard such wonderful speeches, I will tell about such a technology, such a fragment of technology that is about processing of information from open sources. Next slide, please. If we are saying that, next slide, please. If we are saying that we need to get information with the name of using that in cyber safety, this information from open sources, then of course we can get some information that is given to us about school software, about some network attacks, and it's as lists. It is published in the network and the internet, but many things are displayed there in social networks, on different forums and websites and so on. And in order to work with that, such a technology was created. Actually, such a technology is applied from the beginning of the previous century, and we created this system of infostreams, and it's working till today. That is commercial system And the institute where I work, that is an Institute of Special Connection and Protection of Information, we have cyber aggregator created and based on the tools, based on big data, that is cyber tool. And in my cathedra as well, we create the system with which many people who are here getting acquainted, and they were getting acquainted with that. And it is based on other engine, but it's like the information and transformation of that. I will tell about that. Next slide, please. So here we can see that it happened quite long ago. Such a technology was founded, and it was in the USA back then when there was even no internet. And here we have Sharman Kent, that like 80% of information necessary to make decisions are coming from open sources. And then Lee Shannon, Samuel Wilson, who was working in special operations again in the USA. So here he was mentioning that even 90% of the data comes from open sources. And earlier we used to have different concept, and we were mentioning that the data they are not the new data if they were published, and it is a traditional form of representation because we didn't have such amounts of information. Even if the information is published, then we don't know whether it's noise, it's hypothesis, is it fake.
Дмитро, мы вас не слышим.
Mr. Dmitro, we can't hear you.
На жаль, таки у нас зв'язок.
Unfortunately, that's the connection that we've got. Maybe somewhere there is blackout, somewhere the electricity is on, so it's really hard to ensure stable connection. So now I get information from Mr. Viktor Zhura, Deputy Head of State Special Service. I can't contact him because it's the time when he had to have his speech. So now we are having difficulties again with Mr. Dmitro Lande, but we will wait for a few minutes.
Є відповідь від Дмитра.
So we have answer from Mr. Dmitro. Now he's looking for the network, and he's switching to mobile network. And I think that if he comes with no video, just his voice, it will be also enough.
Поки Поки пан Дмитро
So while Mr. Dmitro
шукає мережу,
is looking for the network, what I would like to
як би
mention
там ні було важко,
that no matter how hard it is, no matter how hard they try to break us
бити нашу
or
інфраструктуру,
kill our infrastructure or us ourselves, our enemy won't manage to do this. We just becoming stronger because every day we are getting certain experience, and this experience is priceless because the person has never faced such conditions, such cruelty of the enemy. And everything that happened during World War II, it turns out that it was not as cruel as the things that now are done by Russian Federation. They can't be called the person or the animal because it will be the offense for animals or for people. Because nobody is conducting war like that. When every day we look for an opportunity to become stronger, to become more resilient and to prove it to the world and to the enemy that we will survive. So we will continue our section, and I truly hope that in the nearest minutes, Dmitro will manage to join us, and we have Mr. Victor Jora. And if Mr. Victor is on connection, then we will give the opportunity to Dmitro to do that and to make up a very, very interesting presentation. Dear colleagues, I can't see neither Mr. Victor. I don't see. Unfortunately, I don't see Mr. Dmitro.
Також в нашій програмі було
We
запропоновано
also had in our program the speech
Національній поліції України.
of the National Police of Ukraine. It also happened so that they could not come to our studio where we are right now having our section, and they don't have opportunity to go online. So we can see that some problems are emerging. Okay, we have Dmitro here. So if now we will have a connection with Dmitro, I will ask our engineer, Yuri, just to begin with the part of the presentation. Dmitro, can you hear us? That's it. I'm from the other mobile phone. My electricity and my internet went down. Now I have a different phone. So that, yeah. So, next slide, please, in order to speed it up so I can manage to tell you something. So I can see that there are questions. Who is the initiator of the cyber attack? We need to know it. And these questions are resolved, like what are his motives, how is it organized, what tools are used, what resources are used in the attack, what events accompany these attacks, what are the consequences. Next slide, please. I will be really fast. I will speed up. And advantages of OSINT, there's a lot of those because information is free, fast, free of charge. Its efficiency, relevancy, simplified data collection process, and analysis that goes in depth. Next. slide, second advantage. It's efficiency, volumes, next slide, quality, reliability, ease of use, and cost. All these things are really cool, and Alcint can use as a person who knows what internet is and use general services, and also to get all these advantages, you need to use professional systems. Next slide, please. I wanted to speak fast about all of that, but you see my connection is a bit unstable. So we have such information units. Indeed, that's a huge data, 246 bytes. It's like 10 years ago, like the first zettabyte. The amount of information, the volume of information, and it was mentioned that in different search systems also, but not everybody knows what systems are the most informative, and we just don't get to some of those. For example, we know that there is a Chinese system, the Chinese segment. It's something scary, it's something, some networks where they have 2 billion effective users at present, and I saw that when in my own eyes. And when I've been looking at the codes of that software, then they were written in Russian letters for you to know. That is, if we want to know where and which information won't given to us by Russia, so we can ask China. So technological concepts, you can see that it's, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, see it. So technological concepts. Inside, you can see the word big data. You can see complex networks words. These are complex networks. Of course, cloud computing and text mining. Well, NLP, but it's natural language processing, so that we can take facts out of the data. We move on. Ontological approach. Separate topic, construction of models, and today somebody used the domain word. So that is the subject area of cyber safety or energy and cyber safety. It is built, and the network of concepts is constructed. It has connections. Connections are the best of them. This is the cause and the reason, and they give us the opportunity to build then communicative networks and know where should we have some impact on. Even before war and before the beginning of that war, I've been considering cognitive maps of our enemy who wanted to get northern seas, some shelves, who wanted to capture our Crimea, which we had under our control at that time, and they were building such maps, and we could see that even in the open press. And network of information servers, now we can find almost any information, even information from Russian oblasts, in order to know their opinions, in order to know their preparation for different stages. To know like we can't get even this, we can't get this information even from foreign servers. We need here to this open information, so to say, at servers. If it's a system of special supply, some kind of, which is established and has access to Russian resources. Next slide, please. When we have some
деякі події,
events,
маємо великі бази
and we
для всіх
have
досліджень, ми
big
можемо робити
basis for our studies. We can make measurements, number measurements. We can make dynamics of some information about something, and thus we learned the notifications about
появ вірусів, щоб
viruses, about
атак на енергетичну
attacks
систему.
to energy system.
Команда, яку я
And the
навчав,
team I
зайняла перше місце на
taught
Хабатоні
took first place in Hackathon last year, and
аналізувала
back then they were analyzing
на колоніал
attack
пайплайн в
to colonial
Америці.
biplane in
І
the USA.
розкрила
And
всіх
they
діячів, всіх учасників,
revealed
всіх
all the participants, all
і вийшла на
the parts of these cyber attacks, and they
тих, хто дійсно це замовляв, це були
found those who ordered this, and those were our present enemies.
Йдемо далі, наступний слайд.
Next slide, please.
Інколи
Sometimes
ці дані, ці полоси інформації
this kind of data, this information becomes
невизначеними. Але
undefined, undetermined. But here we show a graph of a typical attack,
такий собі хвильовий тренд,
like the wave trend of this kind of attack, and that is a book that we published. It was published abroad, and we had an option of such a book. So it was the reasoning. And according to this template, we are studying the curves that may be like externally they show nothing, but this kind of wave analysis and use of this template shows us the terms when we have to just consider and be attentive in order to see the tactics and some masked things. Next slide, please.
І ось коли у нас є множина повідомлень,
So when we have a big number of notifications, we can find out separate concepts out of there and build the network, and after that the network is blocked automatically. That is cluster analysis is done,
повідомлень, я зараз дуже короткий приклад наведу, там
and there are
сказано.
some notifications. I will just bring a brief example. Next slide, please.
Будь ласка, слайд. Це сценарний аналіз.
This is scenario analysis
Концептів, коли виявлені
based on the use of cognitive maps. So we have here different kind of connections, like effect-causal relationships. And next slide, please.
Наступному слайді приклад.
Next slide. Here we have examples only from the American experience, and they are in all the countries available who are
Роботи у розвідці,
involved in working in the intelligence, and these are standards, these are organizations that are there in the United States. You can see the number of them,
напрямку там також є такі служби.
so that
Йдемо далі.
like in any direction we have those. Next slide, please.
Ось приклад виявлення.
So here is the example of cyber safety with the use of OSINT and methodologies on the next slide. This will be shown like how real people are
Створення методики виявлення
working
незнаних
and
об'єктів і зв'язків.
the methodology of main objects and their connections.
За цією методикою.
And we see how the methodology was resolved with that. Next slide, please.
Наступний слайд, будь ласка.
Next slide, please.
На наступному слайді перше
Here we can see, like, first of all, there were chosen with the help of monitoring systems, cyber aggregator, and some documents regarding cyber attacks, cyber safety. And
другим кроком
the second step,
на основі лінгвістичного аналізу
based on linguistic analysis, we
відсутності.
mention some new things. And on step 3, next slide, we did the sorting of the chose methods. We selected concepts sorted by frequency and filtered by an expert specialist. He was finding those groups and crime groups, and many of them are known, and something was mentioned about those. There were attacks, and they were doing something together. Next slide. And on next slide, we constructed the network, and this network was clustered, and we had some groups. This is really the network, and we also had here the teams, and we had some things mentioned here, but we can see the teams of separate countries and the teams who are attacking our resources and resources of our friends. And as we see Killnet, the blue one, it is really related with the anonymous, but it doesn't mean that they are in the same team. So the analytics shows that they are fighting in the same front. When our workers were considering this information further on, they saw that, first of all, Russian cyber teams who are attacking our resources, they are divided into 3 parts that are not well coordinated among themselves. So the part of the army and the intelligence service and external intelligence service. These are well-known teams, and most part of those, it's some crazy team something like that. Then, if we take into account these teams, it turns out that from the whole world, we have most problems from Iran, Pakistan, Russia, and Northern Korea, and mostly from China. And again, I've got no connection. I don't see.
Дмитро, ми вас чуємо.
We
Кажіть.
can hear you, Dmitro.
Зараз 23
Just say.
слайд. Зник, да.
Guess he disappeared.
Ну, зараз, сподіваюсь, буквально залишилось
I
там
hope
кілька
now
сторінок.
just a few pages remain in the presentation
Дмитра, ну, ми
of Mr. Dmitro. Unfortunately, we didn't come,
4 слайда, не пройшли.
we didn't manage to go through 4 slides with very interesting information. I would like to mention that this information
Зацікавила
already
наших колег.
made our colleagues interested.
Я сподіваюся, що зараз
I
я
truly
бачу, що
hope,
Дмитро
now I
намагається
see
щось
that Dmitro is
написати,
trying to
сподіваюся,
write
що
me
вийде.
something. I really hope that he will
Все.
succeed.
Ну, скажімо так, я думаю, ми з...
Okay, so let us say so. I think that together with Mr. Dmitro, we will make a separate recording of this very presentation because it caused some interest, and let us say so. People rather wrote me to Messenger, and I thank you very much, Dmitro. I thank you very much for such an interesting view of ASINT and for what you're doing, and that you are increasing our cyber capacity and our strength. In part, this presentation will be very interesting to corresponding directions of our armed forces. And I would like to say thank you from Mr. Metro very much, and I hope that Mr. Victor is now with us.
Я анонсую
I'm announcing
наступний виступ.
the next speech. The speaker is the deputy head of the deputy chairman of the SSS and ensuring the country's cyber resilience in the context of the first cyber war. And again, the blackout in the 90s, we had blackouts, but then there was an attempt to make and to raise the price for the electric energy, and we truly hope that these blackouts we will cope and the country will be strong. So, Mr. Admit, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ivan Mikhailovich. Hello, dear colleagues. I truly hope that you can hear me and the connection is good. I will try to be really brief. I understand that the challenges nowadays are really difficult, but we were getting ready to those, and we were provisioning that there will be escalation, and this information was already plus minus available from the end of previous year, and obviously the last 8 years they were under the condition of prevention of hybrid aggression, and it was obvious that in case of full-scale invasion, cyber aggression will also be even more significant, even bigger than it used to be during the last previous years. That's what happened on the 14th of February. There was massive attack to state resources, after which we managed to improve significantly the main objects of the national system, and we came with the initiatives of the measures for cybersecurity, and most of them that were adopted now they are based in the basics of the draft law, which is now already in the parliament. And unfortunately, during the full-scale invasion, we never stopped work on this draft law. But what didn't we manage to do from the very beginning? It's we had to document the new article, and now we are finalizing the development of assessment of being protected, which will allow all volunteers without being afraid to be taken to responsibility, as it used to be earlier, for the work of information communication systems, to help the state conduct, look for vulnerabilities in order to be able to cope with that. Before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we understood the risks, the potential risks that are there, and we were trying to do all the possible things in order to have a stable work of the key state registers and databases, important state information resources, and approximately in 2 weeks before the invasion, we began transporting information infrastructures from Kyiv to other regions, other countries, mostly to Western. But with the beginning of rocket launches and these things, we realized that this is not enough, and at the beginning of March, we voted for the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers and later on for the law, which allowed for some time during the martial law to transfer information communication systems to the clouds, including abroad.
That's how we managed to ensure the continuous work of the government electronic services. And right now we have even a bigger challenge. Obviously, we are trying to ensure the continuous power supply. We are looking for generators, for battery stations, so that all services for businesses and citizens would continue to work uninterrupted. As for our cyber resilience, it would be difficult to ensure it without our partners. From the first days of the war, we started receiving a lot of different suggestions and proposals from different governments, from our partner organizations, from private companies, global players of IT market in the sphere of cybersecurity. They were offering us licenses, software, hardware, and so on. And this work is still going on. It is very important to help to share information about cybersecurities, different and as well as different indicators. So this allows us, in spite of the different attacks, it allows us to prevent the attacks and to respond. According to the data of government team of SRFUA that is engaged in the response to different events, we have registered more than 1,800 serious cyber incidents, and we are processing them, we are preventing them and responding manually together with other stakeholders, with the security service.
Ну, сподіваюся, зараз відновиться зв'язок з паном Віктором.
I hope that we will re-establish the connection with Mr. Victor, because it's very interesting to find out about our program, about action plan of our central agency in the sphere of communications, because most of our operators are managed by the central office of the State Service of Special Communications. Right now, I will try to send a message. Unfortunately, the messenger shows that the connection has been interrupted. Well, nobody hoped that in the conditions of blackout, everything would run smoothly. But even in these conditions, we are trying to ensure that our audience and our speakers would be able to exchange their opinions, to have our forum, and nothing can stop us from doing this. We will express our opinions anyway. We will increase our capabilities in cyberspace, and we will improve our cybersecurity. I'm sorry, I had an interruption in the connection. Well, I asked Victor to stop on his way to find a connection point so that he can finish his presentation. Well, we still have several minutes. We will have 2 reports, and we will use 10 minutes of our lunch break. One of the reports is from Mr. Konstantin Korsun, independent experts on cybersecurity, and also from Malia Pleskach, expert of the Cybersecurity Commission. Konstantin provided his report in an electronic form because he understood that it may happen, that something may go wrong, so he sent us his report yesterday in the evening. Moreover, today he is participating in a hackathon, not only as a participant, but he is a judge of a hackathon. This is a very honorable responsibility or honorable function, if I may say so.
Що зараз за хвилину
Wow.
скажімо так,
Let's wait for a minute.
не зв'яжемось з паном Віктором. Буквально
If Victor is not able to join us within 1 minute, we are going to move on.
дуже мало часу.
Because we don't have a lot of time.
Сьогодні нічого не будемо ані переносити,
Today we are not going to move anything, we are not going to cancel anything, because our forum will be going on today and tomorrow, and our colleagues have prepared a lot of interesting reports.
спікера ще є.
I can see we have several speakers connected to us, as well as other participants.
Нас бачите в Ютубі, це буде, звісно, в
You can also see the forum on YouTube, and IVTV will use their own resources
час завантажити
to make it possible for you to look at the forum
секцію.
at the time of your convenience. You can have a look at this section and at the entire forum.
Кілька секунд ми
So,
можемо
if we are not able to reconnect,
зв'язок з паном Віктором.
so we can see, let's see if Mr. Victor can connect to us.
Зараз чекаю на відповідь пана Віктора.
So let us wait a few seconds
Месенджер працює,
for Victor.
включиться.
Maybe Victor will be able to get connected to us.
Да, ситуація така.
Well, this is the situation, unusual situation for our forum, because
Да, новий. Саме так,
Yes.
але це і цікаво, що
a new situation, but this is interesting, because when we have these new challenges,
Да. Ми
Yes.
О, пан Віктор.
so we have Victor back again with us.
Да, перепрошую, довелося зупинитися.
I'm sorry, I had to make a stop.
Прошу за цю паузу. Іван
I'm sorry for this delay.
зник.
Please remind me where I stopped.
Ми перестали вас чути, коли ви казали, яку роботу ви проводите.
You were saying about your work in the State Service of Special Communications, on your work with new challenges.
Дати про значну кількість
Thank you. We have a big number of cyber incidents that are registered.
кіберінцидентів.
From the first months of the war, the number of cyber incidents has tripled compared to the same period of the previous year.
Повномасштабного
Right now, from the beginning of the full-fledged invasion, the government response team has registered around 1,800 cyber incidents.
розслідуємо разом
We are doing investigations with the cyber police. We are investigating with the security service of Ukraine. We are getting a lot of help from our international partners and governments and partner organizations. The most importantly, private sector, global IT companies.
ліцензіями, програмне забезпечення
They are giving us licenses, software and hardware.
структурами і
They are providing us with cloud infrastructure. They are also giving us information, warnings about cyber threats and indicators that we can use to prevent incidents and to respond in a good time. So we get this information to the potential victims.
на енергетичну систему.
For example, when there was an attack on the energy system in the
Вдається по
early May of this year, we are able to prevent significant incidents and their consequences.
приватного сектору нашого.
Also, we get a lot of help from the private sector of Ukraine.
З одного боку продовжують
Cybersecurity companies continue to provide service to their customers, and also they find times to help us, to help our security, communication security service to respond to cyber incidents, to build cybersecurity systems from scratch sometimes. So we are very grateful for this resource. A lot of top experts from the market, we were able to mobilize them to work in the state special services of communications. Part of them joined the army of Ukraine, and this is a great resource, personnel resource. They are strengthening the government entities, and they are sharing their knowledge and expertise with their colleagues that are trained together with them. So in order to ensure the cyber resilience, we have significant resources for this. We have the main actors in the cybersecurity. First of all, State Service of Communication Safety. We are providing cybersecurity. We are not only protecting the infrastructure, the government infrastructure, but we are also helping the private sector to stay safe, to be protected. We are providing consulting help. We are providing licenses, and also we are getting a lot of help from our international partners. So this is an everyday systemic work. We are facing challenges every day. We are facing up to 10 cyber attacks every day against our resources. But I can say that the enemy, so that in these 9 months of full-fledged cyber war and cyber aggression, our enemy was not able to achieve any results. Cybersecurity is like air defense. If we have a big number of attacks, we are not able to prevent everything. Something hits home, but I can't name any significant cyber incident that happened during this time and that had an impact on the resilience of our country and on the capabilities and work of the key electronic services. So we continue our work, we continue to coordinate and cooperate with the communication carriers. So the communications operators are on the front line of fighting the cyber threats. I hope that we have managed to build the relations of trust. We have been providing mutual support to the operators, and operators are helping us. We are fighting, and we are going to win. Glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes. Thank you, Victor, for this interesting report. Thank you for sharing with us about your activities. So this is our central government agency in the sphere of communications. Please stay with us. So Mr. Konstantin Korsun recorded his report because he knew that he will have difficulties with time and with communications. So he has sent us a video recording of his speech entitled "Who is going to save the national cybersecurity?"
Вітаю, шановне товариство. Усі, хто обізнаний
Greetings,
суворим
dear
реалізмом стану
colleagues. Greetings, dear community.
держави, розуміє, що
Everybody who knows the strict realism of the government cybersecurity, you understand that actually the system of the national cybersecurity in Ukraine is obviously absent. I'm talking about a system which is working and which can be efficient. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Different officials are trying to show it to the Western partners, but it's dead. They are trying to move it, to show that it moves, to show that it's alive and legitimate. But the professional community, for many years, have been warning about risks and threats. We have been warning that you need to stop imitation, you need to ruin the government monopoly, you need to unify stakeholders, you need to use professional, internationally recognized approaches. So everything, all of our requirements and advices were ignored. As a result, in the last week of February 2022, Ukraine faced without hundreds of government websites and without databases, without registers, most of which were cut off by the protectors of the country. But in several months of this colossal fail, they have been saying that this has been a big victory. They are saying that we have withstood the damage. Obviously, the national model of cybersecurity is not working and it's not systematic. The key stakeholders are disconnected because they don't trust each other. And without reformed structures, we have a lot of corruption. But anyway, the government is moving in the wrong direction. They are trying to use coercion in this sphere. The recent new law of 8087 from September 29 is providing unprecedented authorities to the central government agencies in the sphere of cybersecurity, while this agency is physically not capable of doing this task because of the lack of personnel, because of low qualifications, but they have controlling authorities. They can punish other agencies, and they will be doing this selectively, which creates a big opportunity for corruption, for abuse, and this will allow to distort the real picture and hide the problems. But the problem is not with the state service of security of communications or state agencies, but the main trouble is that we have government-centric model of cybersecurity. Yes, there is no country in the world where best experts would work in the government sector. No country can boast of this. But at the same time, there are so many examples when on the national level they have certain consensus among stakeholders. They have established government-private partnership, so the tasks of cybersecurity are resolved efficiently in different countries. The government has trust credit from the professional community and businesses, and the government is procuring cyber services. They create criteria to their quality and number, they coordinate strategic political aspects, and also they can coordinate volunteer initiatives as they do it in Estonia. We also hear from Ukrainian cyber officials about stakeholders, about trust, about government-private partnerships, and about other correct things. But in fact, nothing is done in life. They are taking measures to disconnect stakeholders. They are persecuting those who are against them. They are strengthening the police component, the policing component, which is killing the prospect of mutual trust. And without trust, you will have no cooperation. Without trust, you will not have collective actions of cyber stakeholders. Without trust, you will not be able to build a system of the national cybersecurity. Coercion and force is the worst way to resolve problems. Today, I'm not going to offer you recipes of success. I did it several times, and I'm already disenchanted with this. The best offers, the most professional offers are ignored. First of all, because if they are implemented, they will reduce the authorities of the government, they will reduce their budgets, political influence, general ranks, and reduce their possibilities of abuse. If we offer the state sector to reform themselves, it's like if we offer a fox to stop eating chicken and to start eating berries and mushrooms. The system is very corrupted, and they are not going to deprive themselves of big funding. Building of a new system of cybersecurity is a very difficult task, and difficult tasks don't have simple solutions. If everything is so difficult, if everything is not beneficial for the government officers, who is going to do this? Come on. But anyway, the trouble is that we live together in one country, the government officials and citizens. So what is beneficial to the officials is not beneficial to the people. They want to make appearance, and we want to make something in real life. So, in my humble opinion, we can't leave the situation as it is. So, if sometime in the future, on the highest level of government, if the high government has a need to make real reform of cybersecurity, not to imitate it on paper, then I would have one piece of advice. What you can start with, at least. The idea is trivial but very practical. So, in order to reform something, first of all, you need to have an ideology basis of the reform. You need to provide your vision, your strategy. You have to provide your main ideas. To do this, you need to collect, to analyze, to systematize all the information about existing and potential cyber possibilities in the country. In other words, you need to make inventory of what is happening in the country. You need to collect this data both in the government institutions and in the non-government agencies. You don't need a formal big page reports on many pages, but you need to have frank conversations of how it is happening in fact. Business and community has a lot of ideas, thoughts and suggestions that they would gladly share. I don't doubt this. But as for the government organization, it's difficult. As for the Security Service of Ukraine, State Service on Special Protection or National Defense Council, but they need a command from above. And who can command them? Only the President of Ukraine. So the President of Ukraine is controlling all the branches of power, especially at the time of war. Of course, the President is not going to deal with this. He doesn't have time. He needs to authorize people, to delegate people. He needs to delegate an officially appointed person. Maybe he can make he can have a specially appointed advisor on cybersecurity. And here it's very important to see who this person is going to be. So this cybersecurity advisor has to be a professional of the highest level in cybersecurity, with a relevant background, with relevant achievements. Secondly, it's not advisable for the advisor to come from the existing government system, because he will be corrupted, he would like to get money, he will have acquaintances, and this person has to have moral authority, without background of lies, changing political allegiances, without connections with politicians and oligarchs. I don't know if this person exists in Ukraine, but maybe there is at least somebody. So, the task of the cybersecurity advisor, there would be two tasks: to make inventory of cyber capabilities of the country, and secondly, he has to offer a roadmap and the concept of reforms to the president. He will need 2 or 3 months to do this. Also, it's necessary to engage to this work, to engage relevant experts to this work from our Western partners, in order to be on the same page with the Western models and to get their recommendations about the shortest way to achieve the goals of the reform. The shortest doesn't mean the quickest. We have our experience of offices of quick reforms. The methods should be most efficient, taking into account the times, taking into account the strategic perspectives, goals and deliverables. So, if the plan is deemed real and approved, then the office of the advisor can be cancelled later. And what this action plan may be, it's difficult to say, because we have a lot of unknown factors and changes. And participation of Western partners would not allow us to go a unique, bad way. So the Western countries have already finished this way, have passed this way, so why Ukraine is going to be different? Yes, we have the war, but I don't think that this situation will change the principle of building of the national cybersecurity system. This action plan can be implemented if we understand that we need to make reforms in the cybersecurity sector. Because so far, right now, the government says that Ukraine is going to withstand. This means that we don't need any reforms, everything is okay as it is. When we talk online with big businesses of the United States, President said that Ukrainian web resources and databases were protected from powerful cyber attacks. Thanks to, I quote, thanks to the building of the infrastructure of cybersecurity, which has been a priority since his time in the president's office. And the last quote, the network that we have built has worked, end of quote. As for the network, I mean personal connections of Mr. Fedorov in each ministry. But in fact, the situation is not all right. I believe that the cybersecurity system in Ukraine is in deep crisis, and I don't see any prospects for its recovery. Current treatment is not efficient and is only exacerbating the crisis. I believe that Ukraine needs some fresh air in this sphere. We need new ideas, new approaches, which are new for Ukraine and which has been used for a long time in the civilized world. Thank you for the attention. Oh, well, I think that people who are addressed by Mr. Korsun, of course, we know that Mr. Korsun has been an expert. He has been working in this direction for the last 20-30 years. I hope that the addressees are going to hear him. He is raising a lot of important questions, and constructive criticism is what allows any system, including cyber system, to improve itself, to improve its functions. Moreover, anything can be compared to cyber systems like our society. Of course, we always need feedback to function. We still have one report. Well, I'm not sure whether we can work simultaneously with another section. Maybe it looks like there are some problems in the second section, which had to start work. If Yuri can hear us, please let us know. Can we continue? We still have one report from Maria Pleskach.
Зараз зачекаємо, що скаже. Ага, продовжуємо. Марія,
So we continue. Maria, can you hear us? Yes, Ivan Mikhailovich, I can hear you. Will you have a presentation? Yes, I have a short, concise presentation. So the topic of your report is Ukrainian-European partnership in the cybersecurity as a factor of post-war restoration of Ukraine. So, if Yuri can help us, he is going to connect us to show your presentation.
Так, все, да.
І одразу можна другий слайд.
Next slide, please.
Отже, сьогодні багато
Today, a lot of speakers have been talking about the support from international and Western partners in our fight in the cybersecurity. I would like to speak in more details about the partners who are giving us the support. I would like to talk about the directions of support and on prospects of international partnerships. What does this partnership give to Ukraine, and what do Western countries get from this partnership as well? In particular, after the full-fledged war started by the Russian Federation, by the terrorist state, Ukraine has been facing very difficult internal and external risks. We are trying to overcome them, and we are feeling their consequences. We are experiencing the consequences every day. The main task for Ukraine is to create a European-oriented security sector, in particular in the sphere of cybersecurity. That is why, in this context, it is very important to establish mutually beneficial cooperation with foreign partners and to modernize and reform the cybersecurity sector. because, of course, it's very dynamic, it's very flexible, and it's never possible to establish the ultimate security system, because there are always risks related to relevant cyber incidents. First of all, I would like to mention that as for the countries that are helping Ukraine, I would like to mention that the greatest help is provided by the Baltic states, the United States of America, Great Britain, and Poland. They form the group of friends of Ukraine, and they are providing comprehensive support in different directions. So this support is continuation of the physical space.
Тому, що здійснюються відповідні заходи не тільки спрямовані на належне функціонування кіберпростору, а також і підтримка України на фізичному рівні. Тобто ці блоки питань, вони є взаємопов'язаними. Тобто в сфері оборонного співробітництва можна виділити такі напрямки. Це надання політико-дипломатичної підтримки, передусім Україні в процесі інтеграції в НАТО та в ЄС, взаємодія у сфері організації протидії кібернетичним загрозам, а також консультативно-дорадча допомога з питань реформування освіти в сфері кібербезпеки та підготовки відповідних фахівців у цій галузі, і система управління загрозами. Зокрема, треба сказати, що співпраця України з міжнародними партнерами вона відбувається в форматі професійного обміну досвіду. Тобто не лише ми отримуємо щось від західних партнерів, західні партнери теж від нас отримують дуже важливу інформацію, важливий досвід боротьби із гібридними загрозами. І ці результати, не можна сказати, що вони є односторонніми. Так, зарубіжні інструктори допомагають українським фахівцям в переході на стандарти європейських моделей кібербезпеки.
Він може фінансувати українських учасників ринку,
The EU can finance Ukrainian market participants who would like to join the European market.
Вони готові фінансувати в
They are ready to provide funding for different projects. And our today's objective is to help our Ukrainian market participants understand why it is important to join this program.
значну суму коштів.
Europe is earmarking a big amount of funds, and part of those funds can be received by any Ukrainian operator.
Відповідні документи.
In order to do this, an operator has to make an application and provide documents in order to participate in a competition or selection process.
Слово я хотів би передати
I would like to give the floor, first of all, to our honorable guests,
щоб не відволікати їх.
not to distract them, not to distract their attention to our communications.
Я не бачу зараз на зв'язку.
Unfortunately, I don't see them right now. I'm not sure if they are connected.
Я не бачу. Тут є підписи деякі не своїми іменами.
So,
Я задам питання.
some people have nicknames. Rick Perry.
Якщо ви зараз є з нами на зв'язку.
Mr. Rick Perry, if you are with us, if you are connected, please let us know.
Тільки що покинув мітинг. Може, є технічні проблеми.
Maybe he has some technical challenges.
Тоді я надам перше.
All right. So the first reporting participant would be talking about the strategy of Digital Hub of Ukraine. Why did this idea come up at all? So our colleague, Ms. Olga Nasvyshchuk, will tell us about the Digital Hub in Ukraine and why this idea emerged.
Оля, можеш шерити екран свій?
Olga would like to show her presentation.
Оля, будь ласка.
Olga, the floor is yours, please. I'm sorry, I need a second
Внизу там є.
to understand how it works.
Ага, все.
All right, great. All right.
Так, зараз я відкрию. Ви бачите?
I hope you can see my presentation.
Презентацію видно, так?
I hope you can see my presentation.
Будь ласка.
Great.
Доброго дня, колеги.
Good day, dear colleagues.
Сьогодні я хочу
Today, I would like to present you the strategy, state program, government program, Ukraine as a digital hub for Asian and European trunk traffic. The precondition for the project was an event that happened during the full-scale invasion. So, a transit channel was destroyed from Asia to Europe, which was built in 2010, and it was crossing the territory of Ukraine. After it was ruined, we started the project of Ukraine as a digital hub, and we were developing a strategy. The main goal of the project is to create a digital hub in Ukraine, which would allow to connect Asia and Near East and Europe through Ukraine and the Black Sea. So why does Ukraine need this? Right now, we have certain challenges that can be resolved by means of implementing this project. Before the 24th of February, Russia has a big influence on the Ukrainian digital infrastructure. So there is a problem of dependence of Ukraine from Russia in the trunk traffic. Also, there were security risks because Russian companies were able to be present in Ukraine. So far, the volume of traffic between Europe and Asia passing through Ukraine is not very significant compared to other countries. And lastly, we need to pay attention to the fact that Scandinavian countries are depending on the Asian traffic, which is passing through Russia, because this is the shortest possible way. So on the 4th of July, the government of Ukraine presented the plan of restoration of the infrastructure in Lugano conference. The government program of Ukraine as a digital hub has been marked as a key project, and it also evoked interest from international companies and companies like Vodafone, Turkcell, Maxell, World Bank, and the European Bank of Development. After the presentation, Georgia declared their willingness to get engaged in the project. Also, maybe Rick Perry from Vodafone is going to speak today. He was one of the first who offered his help to Ukraine, their help to Ukraine to build the channel, and he will be able to explain more things about it. If we speak about the trajectory, we are working to create the possibility for many operators from many countries, from Finland, government, Germany, Japan, to get connected to this channel, which is going on the territory of Ukraine. So this is the number of users, internet users, on the chart. During the recent 2 years, we can see the tendency of growth of internet users. So by 760 million persons, which is a very big share from the audience, 14 from the audience. So the general number of users is more than 5 billion users, and while in 2020 it was 4.6 billion, approximately. Also, I would like to point your attention to the territory of the target audience of internet services. First of all, these are Asian countries. Their users, their residents are half of all the users in the world. And if we look at the trajectory of the project, the transborder channel has to cover also the residents of the Near East, which will make 58% of the entire audience. Here on the slide, on the right hand, you can see the chart of intercontinental channel and their capabilities and their capacities. The most interesting thing is interaction between the United States and the Latin America. So this is 71 terabit per second. The capacity is 71 terabit per second, which is larger compared to any other channels in the world. And on the left, you can see the chart of capacity growth for the channels. So in the recent 2.5 years, we can see that the capacity has been growing from 400 to 800 terabit per second. If we look at this black line, the capacity has been growing for more than 25% every year. So we can trace significant increase in the capacity of channels every year, which testifies to their growth and to the tendency of the growth in the future. As for the current situation with the capacity of the channels, according to the estimates, the total capacity from Frankfurt to Ukraine is 400 gigabit per second. The minimum capacity, minimum projected capacity, is 10 terabit per second. This is 25 times larger than compared to the Ukraine-Frankfurt channel. All the participating countries will need to increase their internal capacity, and they will need to grow their internal potential. Right now, the channels are adapted to the users and to the queries. This project will help to grow the capacity of the channels up to 10 terabit per second and even more. If we talk about the benefits of implementing this project for Ukrainian companies, this project will provide possibilities to develop Ukrainian operators, data centers, data processing centers, cloud service providers, as well as government enterprises who own the fiber optic infrastructure. After the implementation of the project, the global companies will be able to open offices in Ukraine. The development in this sphere will allow to increase the incomes of Ukrainian private companies, this will allow to increase income to the state budget as well. So this project opens a window of opportunities for the Ukrainian market participants. One of the main benefits is increasing their market share. Also, I would like to point your attention to the fact that those who are ready to increase their capacity, internal and transit capacity, those entities can get financial support in Europe from the CEP program. We will be talking about it later during the forum. As for the main benefits of Digital Hub in Ukraine, we can outline increase in the internet traffic and capacity in Ukraine, increasing capacity of Ukrainian channels, which will allow to improve the accessibility of data centers and traffic exchange, and this will allow to expedite processing of big volumes of information. This will also allow to involve big companies in Ukraine like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and others, which will bring more benefits, economic benefits for Ukraine. Another important advantage is development and promoting data centers and traffic exchange points, which will allow to engage investments, attract investments, create new jobs, and develop the IT infrastructure. I would like to mention the creation of the backup channel for international connection. And Ukraine, as no other country, is very interested in creating a channel to bypass the aggressor and to reduce the security risks for our communications. This is it for me. Thank you for the attention. Let's develop even in these critical times. Let's support the Ukrainian army. Let's improve everything which is possible to improve in Ukraine. Thank you, Olga. If our today's participants have any questions, please, you can ask your questions if you want. This is a good time to do it right now. If you have your questions later, you can send them in the chat box, or you can raise your hand, we will give you the opportunity to express your
Чи
opinion.
можна пояснити
I have a question. Can you explain the topology? So, can you explain the route between Georgia, Odessa, and Varna? Of course, there is Turkey as well. Turkey is already a very big hub for traffic. Turkey is a very big hub for telephone communications. What about internet traffic? Did you consider the existing road from Odessa to Romania? Why did you discard the existing line from Odessa to Romania? Alexei Klishchevnikov, WNet. Thank you for the question. Our idea was not about connecting certain countries, but we are saying that we need to connect to these countries strategically. But why we are going to do it, and how are we going to do it? Well, after our declaration, our today's guest, Rick Perry, gave us his vision. He's the head of Global Vodafone in Great Britain. I would like to give him the floor, and probably he will be able to answer to your question. I would like to ask Rick Perry if he is with us. So, Mr. Rick Perry, if you are with us. I saw him connecting and disconnecting, so maybe he is not present. I hope he is going to connect to us later. I will try to answer your question myself. As we understand, we need to use trunk channels and we need to have independent channels. As for the specific countries, from the political point of view, the more countries we have, the better, so that all the countries would be able to exchange big volumes of traffic. The project itself, or the connection nodes, connection points, have to be determined by the market players, by including, so mostly this will be determined by private companies, because private capital will be used to build this channel, so all the market participants, all and every market participants who would like to get engaged in the strategy to connect Ukraine and Asia by a trunk channel, trunk line, they can provide their suggestions, including suggestions to use the existing lines. Because we need to take into account the situation, the state of maintenance of the lines, but our task is to grow the traffic as much as possible and to correspond to the trends and tendencies in the world. More and more data are exchanged in the world, so we need to be proactive. The technologies are growing. So, when those technologies come to our countries, we will need to have big channels with big capacities. Unfortunately, Mr. Rick Perry is not connected right now, so I would like to give the floor to our next guest, representative of Nokia Finland Business Development Europe Lead, head David Gong. So David, please, the floor is yours. Усіх вітаю, здається, ви згадали моє ім'я, я не розумію української, але я лише говорю англійською мовою, якщо це не проблема. So, if you would like to hear the interpreting, we have Ukrainian and English today as our languages. Today we have a feature of interpreting. We have simultaneous interpreting feature. So in the bottom, you can use the globe icon. You can use the globe icon to select the channel. You can select the language of the floor, or you can listen to the interpreting. So please, I would like to give the floor to you, to Mr. David, please.
Sorry, I was muted just now.
Прошу пробачення, ви мене чуєте, так?
Так, ми вас добре чуємо. Дякую.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Просто я хотів би показати презентацію. У мене нема такої можливості зараз. Нема доступу. So the access has been closed. So I would ask the administrator to give this opportunity to Mr. David to show his presentation.
Я нагадаю, містер Девід представляє
I would like to remind you, Mr. David is representative of Nokia from Finland.
і він якраз займається
And right now, he is working on the questions and issues of development in Europe. So he can help our participants, our electronic communication entities, to find partners in Europe.
які є обов'язковими для участі в проєкті.
This is very important. This is obligatory to participate in the CEF project.
I hope you can see my screen.
Тож, сподіваюсь, ви вже бачите екран. Так, бачимо. Добре.
Yeah, sorry, I'm probably
Прошу пробачення за мені доведеться вас слухати англійською мовою. Мій колега попросив провести презентацію CEF2, і я керував командою Nokia в Європі. Ми підтримували наших користувачів, ми надавали підтримку по роботі з фондом CEF2. Я почув про це у попередній презентації. У загальному зараз кілька слів. Чим займається зараз Nokia? Ми вже не виробляємо телефони Nokia, як ми це робили багато років. Зараз чим ми займаємося? Ми зосередились на телекомунікаційних інфраструктурах, і ми працюємо у сфері технологій. У цій сфері ми перегрупувались у 4 бізнес-групи, можна так сказати, бізнес-підрозділи. У нас є група, яка відповідає за мобільні мережі, радіодоступ, перехід від 2G до 3G до 5G. Також ми співпрацюємо з нашими партнерами та клієнтами, готуємося навіть до 6G, до стандарту 6G. Ми відповідаємо за мікрохвильовий зв'язок. Це також дуже важливо і дуже потрібно для налагодження зв'язку там, де немає волоконного зв'язку, провідного зв'язку. Прошу пробачення. Також ми працюємо над інфраструктурою, мережевою інфраструктурою. Ми надаємо мережі, IP-мережі, оптичні мережі, фібердоступ, фіксовані мережі, XGS, Pound і так далі. Також, як ви чули раніше, ми працюємо у підводних мережах. Тобто це також є така інфраструктура, яка знаходиться під водою. У нас є хмарні та мережеві послуги. Ми зосереджуємося тут над програмним забезпеченням, тому що ми думаємо, що багато мереж будуть використовуватись як сервіси, як програмні сервіси. Зараз Google, Facebook, вони працюють з програмним забезпеченням. Ми думаємо, що це буде новий тренд. Тож у цьому відділенні ми розробляємо різні бізнес-застосунки, бізнес-програмки, які покращують продуктивність, забезпечують моніторинг та інші функції, а також ключова мережа буде віртуальною, вона буде керуватися як програма. Тобто цим займається цей підрозділ, мережевий та хмарний підрозділ. Так, наступний підрозділ називається Nokia Technologies. Він зосереджується на ліцензуванні патентів, брендів, над заключенням договорів, узгодженням, а також над управлінням міжнародними правами власності. Ось так виглядає структура Nokia на сьогоднішній день. Що стосується CEF2 Digital, якщо ви про це чули раніше, це колективні зусилля Європейської комісії для підтримки розвитку телекомунікаційної інфраструктури у всій Європі. Звичайно ж, від цього виграє і Україна також, тому що ми знаходимося дуже близько. І ми хочемо, з точки зору Європейської комісії, ми хочемо надавати субсидії та підтримку у деяких сферах в Україні. Тобто тут, ви бачите, тут є 2 такі основні розділи або стовпи. Перший розділ – це впровадження 5G стандарту у Європі. Там є 2 субпрограми. Перший – це коридор 5G, І другий це називається Smart Communities, розумні спільноти 5G. Перший стосується транспортних шляхів, це дороги, залізниця, водні шляхи. За допомогою систем 5G такі транспортні шляхи можна покрити зв'язком для того, щоб мати автономні автомобілі, наприклад, автономні машини у майбутньому. Тобто усі ці нові технології у залізницях також, у залізній дорозі за допомогою стандарту 5G. Тобто ось така йде підтримка. Що стосується розумних спільнот, розумних общин 5G, це стосується встановлення на місцевому рівні, наприклад, у невеличких містечках, у великих містах, у університетських містечках, для того, щоб там вони могли застосовувати люди 5G. Наприклад, в університетах, в лікарнях, наприклад, у публічних просторах, там, де користувачі можуть використовувати зв'язок 5G для того, щоб якісь інноваційні вести роботи. Друга частина чи другий стовп – це забезпечення зв'язку. Європейська комісія розділила їх на 4 групи. Перша група – це тобто, я вже про це згадував, наприклад, підводні кабелі у Чорному морі чи в Середземному морі. Тобто, для того, щоб мати доступ до віддалених територій європейських країн, наприклад, Карибські острови, Тихоокеанський регіон, там, де потрібно проводити зв'язок для підводних човнів на підводному рівні. Наступний напрямок називається Cloud Federation, тобто це надання послуг найвищої якості кінцевим користувачам. Наступний називається EuroQCI. Це стосується технологій захисту та шифрування. Тобто QKD – це технологія дистрибуції розподіленої інфраструктури. Вона відповідає за захищену комунікацію. Тобто QCI – це окрема проблема. Також є терабітний зв'язок для HPC. HPC – це високоефективні комп'ютерні ресурси. У Європі 7 країн будують надпотужні комп'ютерні центри. Тобто у 7 країнах-членах Євросоюзу. І тут Європейська комісія намагається надавати певне фінансування, щоб збільшити з'єднання, щоб воно перевищувало терабіт, декілька терабіт. Тобто, ось це стосується, звичайно, тем, які сьогодні обговорюються. Ми можемо поговорити про коридор 5G, тому що це міжнародна ініціатива, для якої потрібно мати покриття стандарту 5G у транспортних шляхах до країн Євросоюзу та до сусідів Євросоюзу, а це Україна. Також є ще одне питання, яке стосується України, це Digital Global Gateways, цифрові глобальні ворота. Тож європейські країни-члени подають свої пропозиції, та організації подають свої пропозиції на фінансування з цього фонду. Це дуже цікаво, тому що це допоможе усьому світові, особливо у зв'язку між Європою та Азією, допоможе їм мати хороший зв'язок, створити партнерства і забезпечити безпечну інфраструктуру комунікацій, яка зможе підтримувати усі застосунки і розгортання усіх нових програм. Що вимагає Європейський фонд? Як правило, потрібні певні узгодження. Нам потрібно, щоб було партнерство. Один партнер у країні-сусіді ЄС і один партнер у Європейському Союзі. І, звичайно ж, таку вимогу буде доволі легко виконати. Що робить насправді Nokia? Ми працюємо від початку і до кінця, end-to-end, тобто на усій протяжності мережі Наприклад, від 1, 2, 3, 4 – це такі приклади. У Nokia є повний портфель для підтримки вашої пропозиції, для того, щоб вона відповідала вимогам. Хочу показати тут доступні бюджети. Наприклад, на другому етапі, до речі, перший етап вже завершився. Перший етап на 40 мільйонів євро вже завершився раніше цього року. Зараз у нас є можливість подати заявки на другий етап до 23 лютого 2023 року. Тобто менше 3 місяців залишилось від сьогодні. І на другому етапі бюджет становить, це вже не 40 мільйонів, а 80 мільйонів євро. Це велике збільшення. Мабуть, найбільше зростання фонду порівняно з усіма іншими програмами СЕФ-2. І це добре. Як ви бачите, бюджет на окремий проект може становити до 3 мільйонів євро. Якщо у вас великий проект, ви можете подаватись. Тобто, до речі, фонд може давати 50% коштів. Тобто, якщо загальні інвестиції вашого проекту, наприклад, 60 мільйонів вам потрібно, то ви можете отримати половину, до 30 мільйонів із фонду Європейської комісії. Я думаю, що це хороші новини, це хороша мотивація для вас на подачу пропозицій. І, звичайно ж, Nokia буде дуже рада стати вашим партнером. Ми є європейським вендором, європейським постачальником послуг з великою довірою. І ми є єдиним постачальником в Європі в домені оптичного зв'язку. І ми є партнером українського уряду. Ми надаємо допомогу у цифровій трансформації. І ми пишаємося інвестиціями Nokia в чіпсети, у сфері безпеки. І у нас є повний набір функцій, повний портфель. Я і мій колега Євген, ми тут з вами. З нами можна зв'язуватись, можна виходити з нами на зв'язок. Ми відкриті до обговорення усіх можливостей використання фондів Європейського фонду. Дякую за запрошення на конференцію. І я сподіваюся на наступні зустрічі з вами. Дякую за увагу.
Дуже дякую, Гонгу. Девіду. Може, в когось є запитання?
Thanks a lot to David. Does anyone have questions?
Тоді в мене є одне запитання.
All right, I will have a question.
Девід, скажіть, будь ласка, ми розуміємо...
David, could you tell us, as far as we understand, probably the procedure of making an application
на конкурс участі
to participate in the competition for CEF in the selection process, the applying procedure is not very simple, as I believe.
Хто може допомогти
So who can help our market participants
подавати, заповнити такі
to fill out the application and to make an application? So who could help our market participants from Ukraine to fill out the application forms and to make an application?
Так, якщо залишається питання без відповіді, тоді
If it's not answered.
я хочу надати...
Можливо, там не переклали питання, можливо, просто не почули наше питання.
Девід, ви з нами? Не бачу...
David, are you with us?
Окей, я передаю слово раднику віце-прем'єр-міністра з європейської та євроатлантичної
I
інтеграції.
would like to give the floor to Mr. Taras Golub,
Прошу, будь ласка.
our advisor on European and Euro-Atlantic integration.
Доброго дня, пані та панове, дякую.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen.
На форумі.
Thank you for this opportunity to make a report. Thanks to Mr. David. And thanks for his help. Thanks for his offers for partnership. This is very important. in Ukraine, because not everybody knows in Ukraine what it means to participate in the European funds and how to make applications for funding to the European structure funds.
Це саме робота G2B і робота із питаннями європейських структурних.
We are working on this question as well in our agency. So just for your understanding, as for the candidacy status, some of the programs we need to understand the role of programs like Horizon, Life, Erasmus+. We need to understand the role of educational institutions and universities. These programs are available as a result of the agreement between Ukraine and the European Commission. Also, some other programs are available according to other international intergovernmental agreements between Ukraine and Ukrainian neighbors who are members of the EU. After Ukraine has become a candidate for the European Union membership, and thanks for the support from the European Commission, Ukrainian projects now can participate in more programs and it also provides different possibilities for government agencies. We have programs, for example, for customs services. So, unfortunately, not everybody in Ukraine understands how to apply for partnerships, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Digital Transformation for opening these possibilities. As for the Ministry of Infrastructure, not everybody understands that these courses are open for the wide circle of participants. So we have two programs. The first program is Connectivity Europe Facility, and the second program is Digital Europe. So today, I would like to stop on CF Digital. So the program Connective Europe Facilities has three blocks. The first one is energy, the second is transport, and the third block is digital. And we need to follow the trends that emerge for applications, because some programs are inter-agency programs and some digital programs. We are sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry, we have a very bad communication. I'm sorry. So different people can visit the Commission's platform and see the information available there.
і перших базальних цього. Також зрозуміла відкрита спресна казано деякі курси, і всі не спитають, що не спрямовує. Тому
The sound is very bad.
що ті ж краще розуміють засади, складніше з такими завідними разами, якраз була, що європейця є часи фінансування і розуміє, що збирання фінансування проєктів на загальному фінансуванні, але такси не може надати комісія в загальному фінансуванні. Дуже як важливо, це може...
Sorry, the sound quality is very bad.
Що ці практики фінансування проєкту саме важливе це зібрати вибачте, знову я на зв'язку. Таким чином,
So, the part that European Commission can provide, the part of the funds that can be provided by the European Commission is critically important for us. And if you are applying to participate in the competition, the fact that part of the funding is provided by the European Commission, it will increase the interests to the project from different other players, including the development bank, including private investors that can also work in these projects. So what we need to do in order to apply? So first of all, you need to have some kind of feasibility study which would describe the project, its basis, its duration, its cash flow, and so on. However, when you are developing the project documents, you need to take into account all the requirements of the European Commission. Unfortunately, our experts don't have a lot of experience in this regard. You need to understand European values, principles, and directives. You need to understand what other projects can be involved in your project. So sometimes projects can touch upon several European programs. So in my opinion, right now, it's better to apply for a project together with the partners, as Mr. David has mentioned. If you apply unilaterally, you need to use consulting company services who are specialized in making applications for the projects. And right now, I'm trying to trace, I'm trying to monitor who of the company are trying to apply for funding. And I'm trying to monitor which companies are involved in the process. So I would recommend to use experts' advice so that your application would be efficient. Another question. Another point. The projects are not very big.
До завершення колів, це приблизно у загальних колах, це приблизно період січня, лютого наступного року. Це продовжує виконуватися.
So you can make your application. So any companies can apply, but it's clear that those companies have to be financially stable. They need to have proper financial background. They need to have enough expertise to be capable to collect the necessary volumes of funding. As for additional capabilities, I would like to stop on this.
And I would like to mention that our Ukrainian players, they don't have experience on international competitions. Like, of course, our partners and neighbors in the EU, they have a huge role in the processes of submission. And we've been working on that, and we applied to those countries who were those who helped Ukraine the most in the process of gaining the status of a candidate, with a request to jointly be involved and to apply for European competition. So our neighbors, like Poland, is really active in this process, and Slovak Republic. And also I would like to stop separately on cooperation with intergovernmental services. So we expect that there will be the fifth meeting of the Commission, Ukraine, and the Slovak government, and the declaration will be signed about submission of Ukrainian projects to European level. And we also, on the level of government of our country, we could see that this also is an experience of our neighbors, European Union, and it's the possibility of financing the project. And we know some projects about infrastructure, and if we are so there should be already the experience of cooperation with others, and of course we know that the governments of other countries and neighboring countries are involved into this process, and if we are so if, for example, in our activity something will everything will be okay, we will have possibility to meet with representatives of other countries, cooperate with other countries, and it might increase the financing from the side of the European Union. And it's very important also for us to have the projects, long-term projects, because it's really hard to implement those on our own. And the European Commission, of course, can support and let the project be implemented. So thus, these are the general issues. And for quite some time, it's like short time, I would gladly describe that in details, but I am open to your questions. So if you have any questions right now, I'm ready to answer. If not, and if the questions will come Later on, I am ready to cooperate, and you can contact me on Facebook, ask any of questions that you got, and we are open. We are trying to engage Ukrainian companies to participation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Taras. We heard now just a small robot because it was like you're digitalized, and it was quite interesting. But there was a lot of interesting information and useful information that I caught out of that. Maybe somebody has some questions. So the topic from Taras. Ask your questions. I will try to answer, or Taras will try to answer. Please be active. The main idea from Taras was that there is not just the SEF project, the only project, but on our level, we are ready to help at the Office of Vice Prime Minister on Euro integration, Ministry of Digital Transformation. They are ready to help the participants in their application to the European programs of financing. And if in one program you are getting support, as our colleague mentioned, it's up to 50% of the cost of your project. And at the same time, you can apply also to others. So correspondingly, if one project offers 50% maximum, the other can offer like 20, 30, 50. And here, as a sum, like we will have bigger amount. Thank you very much. Yes, it's provisioned for by the regulation of the you can also receive that, you can read, there it's written in many details, and if the projects will be the members of the EU Union, then the options for the solution can be something that is differentiated by the national governments, and also they are divided by. It might be that now we are working. Thank you very much, Taras. If there are no questions, I can see that some people are joining and they can't join. Unfortunately, we have international exchange of traffic is quite unstable as of today, and like even our colleagues from abroad cannot join us. So then our colleague, so yeah, he's not in touch. I will just try to speak up for my colleague who is responsible for European integration in the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And I will demonstrate her presentation. So tell me, please, did it upload already? Now we can see ourselves. Wonderful. Now I will try it one more time. Please give me access to share my screen, because the administrator is not allowing me to do this. Please, the administrator, give me the opportunity to share my screen, because my button is inactive. The button of demonstration. You have the opportunity. Unfortunately, it isn't active. I will try to cancel one more time. Code 1136. this is what it gives. Mistakes. Can you see it right now?
Дякую.
Okay, good. Thank you
Тож,
very
я за
much.
свою колегу розкажу
So,
про те,
I will
що таке СЕП.
tell you about what is actually
Це десь буде трошки перекликатися з тим, що ви вже
Somewhere it's going to be in line with what you heard already, but for a better understanding, I would like to stop on that. And I am asking you to be more active and to ask questions. So the Connection Euro Facility is European fund
має в своєму бюджеті порядка
that has in the budget approximately 2 billion euros for the period from 2021-2027.
І сама головна ціль
And
проекту
the most important goal of this project is to support the development of European countries in digital world.
різні проекти вам
Different projects
наш колега з
were shown to you by our colleague,
сьогодні розглядається СЕФом.
and the projects they are considered by SEF, and mostly it's boundary transmission of data, and it means that the participant of any project has to be the two sides, one person from Europe and the other one from Ukraine.
Напрямки, повторюю.
Directions. I will repeat myself, you heard that already, but just in order to understand that better, global
Інфраструктура ЄС,
EU
5G коридори,
transfers 5G corridors and transport ways, clouds,
і Wi-Fi EU.
and Wi-Fi.
Отримати фінансування можна
How can you get the financing? Only in joint project if there are two sides.
по СЕФу
As for
до 50%,
CEM,
можливо, компенсація витрат.
there might be compensation of expenditures, and this year competition for Ukraine is done in the framework of connectivity for digital.
Все, що стосується
That is everything concerning traffic between Ukraine and
Якщо у вас є
Europe.
перед собою зараз можливість
If
сканувати
now
QR-код,
you have an
будь ласка,
opportunity
скануйте його.
to scan the QR code, please do that, and it will send you to the website of this program, and there you can get acquainted with this in more details.
Повторюється, будь ласка,
Some of that is repeated, so please
качуйте і переходьте на
go there
цього проєкту.
and
Ціль, яка
download and go to this
покращити зв'язок між
website.
країнами
So the order is to improve the cooperation between that and so we are already candidates to
має бути абсолютно
enter the EU. It has to be technologically
заявники можуть включати
available, so no limitations in technology, and they have to connect the cable systems and the satellite infrastructure and an infrastructure terrestrial. That means
інфраструктури, яка знаходиться
the infrastructure that is in our cables from winter and it comes to the EU countries. That means that we can build separate lines that is having even cable via the boundary, and we can get channels to our owners or increase the capacity of such channels, and up to 3 months for the project, and maximum budget is 30 million euros. That is this budget. It's when you are submitting the project for 60 million, you can pretend for 30 million of compensation.
вже розпочався процес
And the process of receiving applications already started. That is, registration of applications is open and it lasts till 23rd of February 2023.
Тому треба не зволікати.
So you don't have to wait. The main task is to prepare the idea of the project itself, and be able to fill in the application. And in order to fill in the application, we invited our colleagues from Nokia because they have experience of submitting applications for other participants of the market. They can give consultation, they can help, and we've been talking with Nokia that this work they're ready to do as volunteers, provide support and counseling and consultations in order to fill in these applications. What is the algorithm? Registration of your company, receiving certain form on the website, and submit application like 5 p.m. It's a process time, and it consists of two parts, administrative and technical. On the website of the program, you can find online instruction or manual how to fill in the application. There you can find your partners, and if it is difficult, then you can ask those who have already their partners in Europe or someone to help you. If you can't find your partners on your own in Europe, so just come to us and we will coordinate you in that. And I think that you have to have already such contacts. So then you wait till the assessment of application and be happy owner of the money if you win. You get 9 months in order to sign grant conditions after the winner is determined. What are the benefits? First of all, again, we are becoming less dependent on Russia, and it's one of the critical conditions for development of the economy. We are increasing the capacities of our channels, and there are those who are coming and they're using our channels who need the online offices, and it's one of the crucial things, and the big giants are not coming to Ukraine because they say there is risk of absence of free channels among our offices. So Ukraine has a really good geographic location, and as soon as we get the cable in Black Sea, we will be in the center between the Europe and Asia. And this advantage has to help us. Correspondingly, there will be bigger amount of data exchange, and the fact that we are participating in these EU projects, we gain bigger help. And we are participating in different projects. We get access to these projects, and we gain help in that, and we conduct education, of course. Thank you. If anybody has any questions, please ask. Okay, as far as we've got none, if there are some, please write to the chat. Now I would like to give the floor to the owner and director of the Billnet company, who already has some idea about participation in such a project, and I would like to ask him to share why he considers it necessary to do, and why SAF is the reality, and you really can get money from that. Letter Kalentaya, the floor is yours.
Дякую. Добрий день.
Thank you very much. Hello. На жаль, моя англійська все ще краща, ніж моя українська, тому продовжуватиму я англійською мовою, якщо ви мені, звісно ж, дозволите. Отже, мені презентацію.
Юрій, вас не чути.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Administrator, please give the opportunity for a demonstration.
Поки Ладо підключається, я
So while Ado is joining, I will present him in 2 words. So this is the operator of
України.
the connection. He is working in the market of Ukraine. The
Так, усе видно.
we can see everything.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Отже, дуже дякую вам за можливість презентувати свою компанію. Ми були засновані у 1998 році у Грузії. І це була інтегральна компанія. Нашим основним зосередженням була робота із надавачами послуг та операторами телекомунікацій. А ми залучалися до розбудови і працевлаштування майже всіх телекомунікаційних мереж у Грузії. У нас в основному були великі гравці, і всі основні надавачі інтернет-послуг, вони розбудовувалися без нашої допомоги. Власне, ми залучалися до проекту, який називався Кавказ Онлайн, і це були субмаринні кабеля в морі до європейських берегів від Грузії і до міста Варна. І також Кавказ Онлайн – це компанія, яка працює із транзитною мережею і з'єднанням із Вірменією та іншими країнами, такими як Іран, Ірак, Катар, Оман. І на деяких ринках власне вони надають 30% глобальної потреби місцевих операторів. У нас близько 60% ринку Грузії, 30% Вірменії, приблизно 30% ринку видалів в Азербайджані. Але Кавказ Онлайн – це зараз не наша основна діяльність, тому що ми розширили свою діяльність на Східну Європу, Польщу, Болгарію. Ми споруджуємо транзитні мережі для наших користувачів. І, власне, тепер із берегів Болгарії також до Франкфурту. Тобто ми охоплюємо Румунію, Болгарію, Австрію. І також у нас буде Словаччині та Польщі. Ми використовуємо свій досвід для того, щоб допомагати українцям для того, щоб керувати своєю мережею за часи війни. Ми надзвичайно гордимося тим, що ми допомогли Укренерго і державним компаніям, які, власне, працюють від'єднатися від мережі у Білорусі та Росії і долучитися. І я хочу нагадати, що це трапилося в кінці лютого. До того, як почалася війна, і 25 лютого Україна вже була долучена до європейської мережі, синхронізована з нею. І з того часу відлучилася від колишньої радянської системи, яка сполучає Росію, Україну, Білорусь в єдину енергосистему. Але крім цього, ми також змогли зробити так, що ця мережа запрацювала за часів війни і не стала найбільшими операторами в Україні. І я можу бачити звіти про власне успіхи Збройних сил України на фронті, тому що от коли вони звільняють певні села, певні місця на сході України, ми бачимо їх на мапі мережі, тому що вони повертаються до основної своєї мережі. Окрім цих проєктів, ми також власне надаємо рішення у плані мобільних операторів. І ми працюємо із Біленою у Грузії, ми працюємо із Махтіком, ми також запустили пілотний проєкт у Туреччині. Це власне великий проєкт разом із Cisco та IGF-UA. Це технології, які дозволять мобільним операторам перемикатися на програмне забезпечення, яке радіодоспі, також Nokia. Вони досить помітні і досить активні гравці в плані даної технології. І я гадаю, у нас буде можливість співпраці або, можливо, навпаки, конкуренція із ними у майбутньому. Отже, по суті, я вдячний за ваш час, вдячний за те, що ви послухали інформацію про нашу компанію, але наша основна ціль – це допомагати українським телекомунікаційним операторам, власне, отримати доступ до фінансування ЄС, особливо за програмою САП. Тому що на сьогодні світовий порядок насправді змінюється. І надзвичайно важливо в країні мати таку ведучу роль у регіоні, тому що я бачу, це терабіти трафіку, які мають російське коріння, тому що всі ці оператори в Центральній Азії або ж у Китаї, вони намагаються знайти новий шлях до Європи. І ми бачимо величезні потреби, які виникають саме у транзитних потужностях, скажімо, в Вірменії, Азербайджані, Грузії, Туреччині. Ми постачали їх оновленнями системи, я гадаю, до 20 терабітів. І ми бачимо, що Україна, звісно, може отримати доступ до цього ринку, і вона може мати власне цей трафік на цих територіях, особливо коли є у нас можливість побудови цих моментів, коли у нас Грузія, Україна, Туреччина, деякі європейські країни, такі як Румунія або Болгарія. І я дійсно гадаю, що Україна має здатність, має потужність із транзитної точки зору через розміщення і також через скажімо так, кількість населення України. І вони можуть, власне, діяти... Вибачте. Так. Отже, вони, власне, можуть діяти в якості магніта. Бо ті, хто створюють контент, надавачі інтернет-послуг, вони можуть побудувати свої центри даних і Вони можуть надавати це своїм місцевим інтернет-користувачам і далі поширювати це на користувачів в Азії, регіоні Кавказу, скажімо, Грузія, або в Центральній Азії, такі країни, як Казахстан або Киргизстан, Узбекистан, які також мають зростаючу кількість інтернет-користувачів. Можливості, які надаються, певно, дозволять операторам звести до мінімуму зусилля і витрати, і ми дійсно готові підтримувати місцевих надавачів послуг із технічними рішеннями, досвідом і також надати їм послуги консультування щодо підготовки вірних проєктів та застосунків. Отже, я гадаю, я можу прокоментувати щодо можливостей. Це, якщо у вас будуть якісь запитання, або, можливо, якщо вам цікаво, я також готовий підтримувати і після IGF. Тобто ви отримаєте мої контакти від пана Мацика, і ви можете розраховувати на наш технічний досвід і підтримку України. Адже все, чого ми зараз бажаємо, це перемога. So victory to all of us.
Слава Україні!
And glory to Ukraine.
Героям слава!
Glory to heroes.
Ладо, питання.
Better. There is a question.
Чому варто
Why should our operators apply for a SAF project? In one sentence.
Main thing is that
Основний момент полягає у тому, що
having an access to CIF funding
через доступ до фінансування СЕФ
applying to the
і
CIF
застосування, власне, подачі заявки на фінансування СЕФ, українські оператори, вони, перш за все, отримають можливість інтегруватися до телекомунікаційної сім'ї Європи, що надзвичайно важливо, адже Україна є кандидатом на членство у ЄС, і раніше або пізніше український телекомунікаційний ринок стане повноцінним членом ринку ЄС. Тому як тільки українські компанії почнуть свою діяльність у цій галузі, чим швидше це станеться, тим швидше Україна стане реальним членом ЄС. І за допомогою фінансування із ЄС українські провайдери, надавачі послуг, вони зможуть відбудувати, відновити, реконструювати усі пошкодження, які спричинені війною. І також це принесе нові можливості для українських телекомунікацій.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Тобто роблю висновок.
So I draw a conclusion, and I want to share this conclusion with the participants.
Сьогодні унікальна можливість.
Today, there is a unique opportunity
Коли учасники українського ринку
when the participants of Ukrainian market can support, can get financial support for development of own networks.
Так, ми сьогодні проходимо важкий етап.
Yes, today we are going through hard stages when we have to survive.
Але проекти, які нам пропонують
But the project offered as of today by European community, it's not the today's project, but these are projects that are going to be implemented next year or even in a year.
Але для того, щоб була
But
сьогодні
in order
можливість
for
фінансово планувати свої
having possibility to financially plan your expenditures and your development next year, today
готувати проекти.
you have already to prepare the projects that might be supported by European Union.
Я дивлюся, що Вікторія у нас знову додавався.
I see that again our speaker was joining and he got lost, so I will give answer to the question that we had from one of the participants by Ukraine, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Georgia. Why these countries? This project was represented Globacom as a project that they want to implement at their own cost. Correspondingly to the plans of Vodafone Global, at the end of 2023, they were part of the network. At the end of 2024, in Odessa, there has to be a point of access of minimal capacity 10 terabits per second. Minimal, I will repeat myself. Minimal 10 terabits per second. The second, who at the end of 2024, out of our operators, will be ready to send this and send it to Europe, those will be able to join these flows of data transfer. Now, I would like to share information about how Brazil was getting in line. Sorry, some of our speakers didn't join. Again, I will ask Olga Nasvichuk to launch the presentation. Sure, I'm here. I don't have the possibility to share yet. Yep, I've got it. And I will turn up my video so that you can see the presentation better. Do you see the presentation now? Yeah. Great. So, I would like to tell you about to consider the financial internet of Brazil in the context of the project. So you already know this graph, and that's the graph of intercontinental capacities and channels. And we were already mentioning that you noticed huge difference between the channels between Latin America and Northern America and all other worlds. So we decided that it is worth learning experience of one of these countries. And in this is Brazil in the last 5 years grew significantly in this sphere. I will probably... Yeah, sorry. Now in 2022, Brazil has 5th place in this home for the big population in the world, because part of their population is users of the internet. What's interesting for Ukraine, as I mentioned, that this result improved significantly in the last 5 years. And in regards with that, you can see improvement of telecommunication sector, and they grew with 27 Brazilian billion, really in 2017 till 27.9 billions of Brazil currency. There are two main points why it grows like that. First of all, it's consolidation of the main players, and there was the hugest joining of like Claro Nextel and OI in 2019-21. So therefore, in between the 2017-2021, there was a further reduction of prices, and in relation with that, after reduction of the number of those who are using mobile connection, the growth was up to 239 million, and now it's 259 million. So, very important became the implementation of the program by Brazil. And this is aimed at increasing of internet use and access to regions, so they are not covered enough. Usually it's rural areas, and main aim of this program is coping with the digital gap in the country. And in regards to that, the village population who has access to internet, it also increased to 71% in 2021 from 34% in 2017. So as a result, the number of those who use mobile connection also grew in these 5 years. In this time, Brazil performed their plan and achieved certain results. And first of all, 4,012 out of 5,570 municipalities are covered by transport optic network, and the average speed is 45 megabits per second. And this was achieved thanks to the actions of the government, first of all, because the government committed that they should have non-discriminative and remain obligatory for provision of services, and also application of cross-subsidization, discounts, and other issues. Second body, it's Anatel, it's regulator of telecommunications, and it is done for operators of SNB. These are operators with significant payments, according to the methodologies that were established and that were aimed at expenditures. And the third and most important issue that probably promoted the growth in this sphere mostly, it's resolution of projects on construction of underwater cables. They have like South Atlantic cable system and others. So on this map, you can see all the underwater cables that are joined to Brazil, and now they are functioning further on. The government started investing into the general connection, Centuria Digital, and now it's covering more than 16,000 meters of underwater cables. These investments led to the issue that Sarah, here you see that this is the point where most of these cables are coming from. Nowadays, Sierra, and it's the city, has more than like 80,000 kilometers of this kind, and they are more even than in Central West. So Sierra nowadays is a state with the biggest number of municipalities, 70% or more of which is covered by the broadband. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that in spite of great number of functioning Brazilian underwater cables, Brazil doesn't stop, and still they are implementing new projects. For example, Link, it's the last project implemented by Brazil, and it's the underwater cable that is joining Brazil and Europe, and the main things are Fortaleza with Madrid. The main part of the cable of Link is approximately 5,900 kilometers, and the term of action at first it's approximately 5 years, assessed for 5 years. The European Commission had $27.2 million given to Brazil as well. Its initiative on construction connection with Latin America, and they started working quite recently, and the capacity is 30 terabits per second. And if we are talking about general internet coverage, then at present, the biggest underwater cable is the connection between USA and Japan, 9,012 kilometers. It is called faster, and this cable joins USA with Japan and Taiwan. It belongs to Google company. And in addition to that, also recently they launched extra fast cable via Atlantica, and as soon as it works next year, it will transfer data with a speed 160 terabits per second. With the help of these examples, we can see the tendency of growing of internet traffic in the future, therefore the need of the traffic increasing, the number of channels and implementation of projects similar to the project Ukraine Digital Hub. Thank you very much for your attention. That's it from my side. If you have any questions, please do ask. Thank you very much, Olha. Brazil is very interesting. Indeed, it is similar to Ukraine somehow. From the point of view of development of infrastructure, access to internet, you see what a huge difference, different like channels. And only the example that they don't stop, they build further, says that probably it can't be ever stopped. And those who are doing that, they get all the traffic. So I would really like Ukraine to become a significant player on that market, and Ukraine be participant between Europe and Asia, because it will promote a few things. First of all, it's creation and development of creating of new data centers and development of existing data centers. That is development of cloud services, and we are talking that we are creating different things, and a huge number of IT companies as of today are created, and they come to Ukraine to use the benefits that are given by the state to the participants of this project, and availability of a huge number or enough number of cloud services is very important. And at the same time, it's all related to the channel that how to ensure the data sharing between the big participants in the world. If somebody has questions, I would like to hear those now. You're welcome. Is it possible? It's not a question, but I want to express opinion. Sure. I represent WNet company, which is working on the Ukrainian market more than 23 years already, but now we are working not only on the market of Ukraine, but we are working with European and American markets. I would like to mention really fast about the development of Brazil. Indeed, we can see how in the last 5 years, the number of the traffic from South America grew. Yes, indeed, they made huge steps. We also are the operator who owns and who has more than 6,000 kilometers and more than 10,000, now already 11,000 actives on the territory of Ukraine and Europe. I would like to mention that probably we are not the biggest, but the first who saw the consequence of 24th, the beginning of war. And I would like to mention that the war that the situation that was before the war in Ukraine, it had two directions, like to Russia, which became our enemy, and it became our enemy long ago, actually, a few years before the 24th of February, and to the west via Lviv or western borders. And now, the necessity of such a project, diversification of these pathways from Ukraine, it's not just important, but it's crucially important. And if now we won't make this step, when we can say that Ukraine has Ukraine is a really stable country for conducting this transit traffic. Nobody will come to us. We will lose that historical chance when this window of opportunity, so when somebody pays attention to Ukraine. So I am two hands for diversification of the roads of Ukraine. The more, the better, for sure. And as the operator who is working from this kind of infrastructure to end user, both hands we are voting for such projects, and of course we are planning to participate there. Thank you very much. Tell us, please, do you have any ideas how you can acquire the participation in this? Yeah, we have some ideas. We as a company and the European market, we are absolutely confident that it works. And financing is given, and you can use that, but you have to come really thoroughly to your documents. So yeah, we are really carefully saying that we are planning to do this, but we need to study all the documents to prepare everything. And like we need to fill that in a really good manner so that our European partners help us do this. And here we invited the participants who have some experience in this. And now we are working in Intergovernmental Ukrainian and Slavic Commission. And one of the issues that we are raising, these are consultations on submission of applications in order to provide help to you for those who already undertook this path and has this experience. It's really useful experience and a really useful help would be in the sense that we have to do that, but just like always we have lack of time because we've got just 2-3 months and we need to learn a lot before applying, so any help will be necessary. Thank you. Who else wants to speak? Please go ahead and join us.
I would just like to comment on
Я просто хочу
Alexis'
прокоментувати ідею Олексія, що Україні потрібно багато, якомога більше і якомога швидше з'єднатися із європейською мережею. Я хочу зазначити, що презентація на одних із перших слайдів Юрій проінформував нас стосовно того, що в Україні близько 400 мільйонів. І я переконаний, що ця цифра може бути набагато вищою, але я можу зазначити, я можу сказати, власне, що наразі невеличка країна Грузія, яка в 11 разів менше за Україну і в плані території, і в плані населення, у нас є розповідне, яке перевищує 12 терабіт. І я гадаю, що для місцевого споживання, власне, ми маємо побачити, що можливості вони зростають, вони подвоюються за 9 місяців. Я переконаний, що, власне, що Україна матиме такі ж темпи зростання за наступні роки, тобто з 800 терабітів глобального трафіку, я переконаний, що за 5-6 років Україна зможе проводити від 60 до 100 терабітів і бути регіоновим джерелом і ще 50. Тож, як тільки надавачі послуг Україні перебудують свою мережу, будуть готовими надавати такі послуги власне регіонам і переконані, що це стане новим джерелом доходів, включаючи WNET і також операторів України.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Хто ще хоче висловитися?
Maybe somebody else wants to speak up?
Якщо виступаючи закінчилися, ми
So if we have no presenters, then actually we are just sticking to our time framework. I would like to thank everyone for participation, for information, which I hope is useful for the participants of the communication market of Ukraine. I wish all of you to have peaceful sky, to be calm, to have, and just to cope with all the challenges that are in front of us. We develop the digital market of Ukraine. The war will end soon, and we have to be ready to adopting the new technologies. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.
Дякую, до побачення.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Всього
приветствие. Да?
right
Ну,
here.
хорошо. Итак, я рад приветствовать
So,
наших гостей
I'm happy to
на
greet our guests,
украинском форуме
welcoming
по
our
управлению
guest
интернетом
on the Ukrainian
2022
forum
года.
IGF
Это наши гости
2022.
из
Welcome to our
Кыргызстана
guests from Kyrgyzstan
и Армении.
and Armenia.
Пожалуйста, я Каргополов Юрий,
Please, my name is Yuri
под
Kargopolov.
названием IGF-UA
I'm a moderator of the section IGF-UA and Ukraine's participation to implement the provisions of ISOC Active Plan 2022-2023.
Мои коллеги по
My
данной
colleagues
секции
in
являются
this section are
представителями
our
национальных
colleagues in
чаптеров
this section are
Кыргызстана
representatives
и
of the national
Армении.
chapters of
Я попрошу
Kyrgyzstan
их
and Armenia.
представиться и
Please, dear friends,
буквально
introduce
несколько
yourself
слов сказать о
and
себе
please
и
speak
о вашем
a few
чаптере.
words about
Пожалуйста.
yourself and about your chapter.
Ажибек или Халил Ибрагим?
Azbek or Khalil Ibrahim.
Да, здравствуйте.
Yes,
Меня зовут Халил
greetings.
Ибрагим. Мы
My name
представляем
is Khalil Ibrahim.
интернет-общество
I
в
represent
Кыргызстане.
the
В Кыргызском отделении, да.
Department
В Кыргызстане мы ведем
Kyrgyzstan
работу
chapter.
по
In
общем
Kyrgyzstan,
смысле по
in general,
цифровому
we
развитию
work
нашей
on
страны,
digital
чтобы
development of our country
был у нас здоровый
in
интернет-инфраструктура,
order to
здоровая
have
интернет-политика, и кроме
healthy
этого у
infrastructure,
нас еще
healthy
есть
internet
другие
policies.
проекты, где мы
Also, we have several other projects
улучшить
in
цифровую
which
грамотность
we
населения,
try
мы
to
ведем
improve
такие
the
проекты
digital literacy of population.
населения
We
по
conduct
цифровым навыкам,
awareness
чтобы они
raising
могли
campaign in digital
пользоваться
skills
цифровыми инструментами
so that they would be able to
правильном
use
и здоровом
digital products
виде.
in a good
Кроме этого,
and
у нас
healthy
еще
way.
есть
Also,
отдельный проект, где мы
we have a
ведем,
separate project
мы стремимся еще искоренить
in
вот
which
этот
we
проблему
try
с кибербезопасностью в нашей стране, потому
to
что
work on cybersecurity in our country because in general the population
после пандемии интенсивно
has started using more and more digital products, especially after the pandemic, and it turns out that our population is only on the user level,
постоянно очень увеличивается. Мы
and
работаем над
the number of problems is increasing. We try to work proactively. We try to pursue our goals for the longer term future when we will try to ensure healthy digital development of our country.
Я могу немножко добавить, что сегодня уже как
I would like to say that
7
today,
лет подписания меморандума с нашей
the 7 years have passed when
интернет-обществом,
our
главным офисом.
party
Это было
has signed a memorandum. Our country and the main office. This was on the 24th of November in 2015, and in 2017, Kyrgyzstan legally registered the Kyrgyz chapter of Internet Society for Kyrgyzstan. As Khalil Ibrahim mentioned, so behind Khalil there is our roll-up, Internet for Everybody, our poster. So we would like all our villages, our remote villages, as you know, Kyrgyzstan is a mountain country. We have a lot of mountains, we have a lot of remote villages, so we would like to have access points in every village, every settlement. So after the pandemic in 2021-2022, we would like to ensure healthy internet for future generation. We would like to make it safe. We would like to provide more educational content to the users, covering not only digital economics, but we would also like to provide more information about green economy and sustainable development of our country. And Grigory Sagian, please. Grigory Sagian, Vice President of Armenia Society, Internet Society, ISOC. So I would like to say a few words how we have been developing. Indeed, in the initial stages we were assisting to the development of internet in Armenia, but our ISOC was also the owner of the AM domain name.
необходимо было некое согласование устава
So
с
we needed to coordinate our charter.
Требует ИСОК из
We need
Редмонда.
to harmonize our charter with the requirements of ISOC from Redmond. In the previous year, we had to unbundle our company. We had to separate our company because every member has the right to be a member of a society. And there was another requirement about ISOC, global ISOC membership. So we had to divide our organization, but people both in the chapter and in the Armenian ISOC, people are the same in the both organizations. As for our main programs, we are focusing our attention. We don't assist in the infrastructure development. Infrastructure is developed by the operators, but our programs, the most important one is the Internet Governance School. We have Internet Governance School every year. We have representatives for cybersecurity there. I do my presentations there. We try to explain to journalists what Internet governance is. And also, we organize Internet Governance Forum. The previous one was on the 13th of November. We had a lot of different representatives. You can have a look. I'm sorry, Grigory. I'm very sorry. As a moderator, I would like to ask you once again. I was about 8 times in Yerevan, in the city of Yerevan, on IGF Armenia. So the host for Armenian IGF is ISOC Armenia, right? Yes, I would like to tell you about the difference. The public association in Armenia means that any citizen of Armenia can become a member. But if you are an ISOC chapter, you have to be a member of ISOC Global, which is located in Redmond. So this makes some discrepancies. So your legislation says that you don't need to be a member of ISOC Global to become a member of a public association. So because of the legislative requirements in Armenia, we had to divide ISOC chapter and ISOC Armenia. Because to be a chapter, you need to be a member of the global ISOC. So this was the reason why we did it. So this this was a legal requirement. So in the both organizations, people are the same. They have similar programs, but the most important thing, we are conducting fora, we are maintaining a school, we maintain organizations for people with limited abilities. We have a special class. They have their own radio for blind people. We support libraries. So, as for infrastructural issues are all resolved, because 99.7% of the population are covered with 4G communication standard. So we don't have any questions with internet access. It was fully resolved by the operators. So these are our lines of work. So this was a welcoming remark, welcoming word. But on the other hand, I would like us not to speak only just general words to characterize the operations of national ISOC chapters. So what I would like to do right now, I would like to tell you what Ukraine is doing in the questions of development, because our chapter was registered only 18 months ago, and we have come a long way to do this. Starting from 2010, we were trying to register our chapter.
не всегда
I'm
удавалось
not
это
going
сделать,
to speak
не
about
всегда
the
процесс,
reasons
точнее,
why
удавалось завершить.
why
Вот. Но,
we
наконец,
were
мы
not
этот процесс
able to
завершили.
finalize the process
На
and the
сегодняшний
procedures.
день в рядах
So finally this has happened, and now ISOC Ukraine has 40 people,
Причем
40 members.
интересных участников
We have very interesting participants from Nigeria,
выражают свой
even
интерес
who are
к нашим
interested
вопросам,
in our issues, in our
зная,
questions.
каким образом, что в Украине, точнее, в
Well,
Украине мы
maybe they
имеем
know that in
достаточно
Ukraine
высококвалифицированные
we
кадры
have
и
highly
для
qualified personnel
развития интернета
for internet development
в других странах.
in other countries, to help
Мы
other
можем
countries
оказать
develop their internet.
У нас достаточно
So we have
серьезный технический бэкграунд есть. Я не
sufficient
говорю только об
serious technical
ISOC Ukraine, я
background.
говорю
I'm not
вообще,
only
в
speaking
принципе,
about
об
ISOC
украинском
Ukraine,
community,
I'm speaking about the Ukrainian community in general, which is sufficiently serious,
профессиональной точки
and from
зрения
the professional point of view, our
имеет
community
высокий уровень.
has a
Я бы
very
сейчас
high
хотел
level.
поговорить об общих вопросах,
Right now, I would like to discuss some general issues.
как мы видим свою позицию
I would like to explain our vision
плана действий
on action plan
до
of ISOC
2022 года. И
for
потом я бы
2022
попросил
and 2023.
коллег рассказать
And then I would ask our colleagues to tell a bit more about the work you are doing.
Какие-то есть фокус-поинты.
Maybe you have some focus point.
Тоже попросить их это дело.
Maybe you have some focus point in this issue.
Пункты более подробно и
So you
предметно
could
осветить.
explain this in more detail for us
Фактически
later.
ISOC предложил
Actually,
так называемый health
ISOC
internet, здоровый интернет
offered
для будущих
to have
поколений.
health
в
internet
своем
for the future generations
подходе
in
к
its
плану
approach
действий.
to the action plan.
Подчеркивается, конечно, что
Of course,
30 лет
they
назад
underline that 30 years ago,
интернет-сообщество было
the internet
основано
society
интернет-сообщество,
was founded,
задачи его в
and
разное
its
время
task in different times
изменялись.
were
На
changing
сегодняшний день
depending on the situation.
эти задачи
And as of today,
сфокусированы в части развития, защиты,
the
о
tasks are
чем
focused
говорили
on the
ребята
development, on the
из
security
Кыргызстана
and
и
protection,
киберзащиты в том
and
числе.
cyber security, as our
Развитие
participants
не
from
только
Kyrgyzstan have
технических и
mentioned.
технологических. И мы
They
в
were
Украине
focusing
видим
not
этот
only technical
вопрос
and technological
не только в
development.
развитии
In Ukraine,
технических и
we do not
технологических
only
аспектов,
focus on
но и в
technology and
развитии
technical development,
других аспектов,
we
которые
also think
позволяют
about developing other
создать
aspects
единую,
which
ну вот
allow
это
us
слово
to
уже
create the comprehensive,
немножко
the
замызгали,
unified, of course,
заюзали.
this is a
Экосистему
right
интернета.
word and overused word,
И
the
все это
unified
направлено в
internet
конечном итоге
ecosystem.
на укрепление
The
интернета
ultimate goal is to
и
strengthen the
понимание,
internet
что вот этих
and
вот
to
укрепление
understand
среды, пользовательской среды,
that
прежде всего,
strengthening
интернета,
the
и
user
понимание, что
environment
прошедших
of
30 лет
internet
они
and
дали
understanding
очень много,
that the
потому
past
что
30 years
интернет без
have given
ISOC
us a lot.
за эти 30 лет
Because
был бы другим.
without ISOC,
Может
internet
быть, он
would
не был
be
таким
a different place in
свободным,
these
может
30
быть, он не
years.
был таким
Maybe
открытым,
it would not be so
может быть, он не
open,
был таким
so
всепроникающим.
free, so
Но,
all-pervasive.
а может быть, и был бы таким же.
Or
Но
maybe
он
it
был
would
бы
be,
другим, это
but
абсолютно верно.
it would be
Я не хочу говорить
another
лучше
place.
или хуже, он просто
I
был
don't
бы
know
другим.
if it
Но,
would be
на мой
better or
взгляд,
worse.
он был бы,
It would be
безусловно,
another
хуже.
place. In my opinion, it would
Поэтому
be a worse place without ISOC and
вот
its
как
activities.
двигаться в этих направлениях,
So,
да, то есть надо, в
how
принципе, понимать,
can we
что
move
есть
on in
некая
these
дорожная
directions?
карта.
We need to understand that we have a certain roadmap. An action plan means a certain roadmap. And according to the action
Несмотря, что
plan,
мы молодые, я сказал, что
in spite of the fact that we are still young,
нашей ячейки,
that
мы
our
пытаемся
chapter
планировать на
has been
несколько лет
existing for only 18 months,
интернета.
we try to plan the development of internet in the future, and we plan for some technological innovations, digitalization of services. We try to focus on the issues in the domain of higher education, university education. During these 18 months of our work, we have signed memoranda of understanding with two leading universities which prepare the experts in the field of telecommunications. This is the State University of Telecommunications. This is a government state university in Kiev on telecommunications. And also we have a memorandum of understanding with the State University of Intellectual Technologies and Communications. This is also a government-owned University of Intellectual Technologies in Odessa. It used to be the Popov Odessa Academy of Communication. These are two leading universities, and we try to develop specific programs there, and in particular, within the framework of our communication with Odessa University, we had
a program which also covered the guys from the Istanbul University. We made a project aimed at NFT and implementation of NFT technologies. And here I would like to mention that I had contacts with Grigori, and we've been discussing, like, we have a lot of common professional touch points. We are working on modern technologies, the development of technologies, of new technologies and the internet. And in particular, we've been discussing with Grigori issues related to NFT domains. This is the sphere that can give impulse in the development of internet technologies and in general new services in the internet environment. We are going to come back to this later on. I would like to mention that we are also having our task of expanding the networks of the society, of the community, which is also defined by one of the provisions. And here, as a core, we are relying on the provisions when we are saying that all those communities, that is the way of coping with the gap, this digital gap. When the guys from Kyrgyzstan, Yerzhebek and Ibrahim Khalili, they were mentioning that ISOC Kyrgyzstan is making all efforts and is directing their resources for provision of the internet to the remote regions, rural regions, mountain regions. We actually don't have such mountain regions as you have, guys, but we have a lot of rural regions where, unfortunately, again, access to the internet, it's limited. Either with speed or actually the opportunities of the connect. And in this regard, it seems to us that the work with village regions, like in terms of actions of ISOC, almost every year it comes up. And in this regard, I would like to give an example, really interesting example, and we will act according to that example. Unfortunately, I could not call to Ucha Situri. It's one of the heads of ISOC in Georgia. and Grigory knows him. They had very interesting project, and we want to follow the path of this project with those developed technologies. That is project about having internet line to mountain remote regions. That project was mentioned by ISOC, and there was a grant for this project, and I note that as a result of this project, the result actually of this project was an article even in New York Times, where it was mentioned where really good results were mentioned, results for the citizens of those villages where there was no internet at all. Like not just the wire internet, but no even mobile internet. Now they got the internet with the help of radio technologies. If we talk actually about the tasks that we have and within the framework we are talking about, so again, the IGF-UA mission, it's lying in supporting internet for everyone, support open, globally connected and reliable internet, promote and protect internet development, as a matter of fact, and build multi-stakeholder environment to achieve efficiency of work. I would like, at the end of this my participation, I would like to mention that we are paying big attention to formation of trust, because we think that multi-stakeholderism is impossible without trust. That's just then remains a beautiful word, just the packaging, and you can put anything inside, but there will be no much sense if there is no trust, if the trust is absent. What tools of trust did we build? We, in particular, created a system of trust which is having an aim fighting with violation of authors and personal rights in the internet. We built such a network that touches state service on extreme situations and hosting. I mean, the spheres of business, internet business, as both registration of the domain and hosting and creation of content and sharing this content. And in this system of trust, not only users of course participate in this, but also actors who are directly related to how it works, and also part of legislative system, legal system, meaning lawyers. It's like a Petri's cup where we are growing such a nice mix with trust. I think I will just stop right now. I would like our discussion to have free character, meaning I want you to tell us more details about your work, and we can discuss the opportunities of cooperation in the relationship that we can establish. So, dear colleagues, that's it from my side for now. I would like you to join to this discussion. If possible, I will do that. Of course, Grigori. Well, As for the general development, as far as we are members of ISOC since 1995, and we faced a lot of different changes, including changes in the policy that maybe it can't be clearly seen, but as of today, it is shown in the general tone of the discussion. If earlier on, then, like for the last year or two, we had a common tendency with the unified internet. We were talking that all people from different countries, they are unified by one approach, but today we observe certain changes of this position, and I guess we should talk about that. And the main thing that this change should be conscious. In particular, probably all of you heard about the initiative of the ex-president of the USA, which is called Clean Network, which allows to set the equipment only from the trustworthy suppliers. That trustworthy are those who are for this production. And as of today, we see, as in October this year, NCC, they launched the discussion on they want to forbid using Xiaomi, I'm sorry, Huawei communication. Yeah, I mean FCC. So yeah, regulator. Now from the USA. So why did it happen? How did it happen? And that's coming out of the understanding that it contains thousands, millions details. It's unclear what can be done by this equipment because the technologies are like that in brief terms you can't learn what it's doing actually. And Chinese National Republic is following these steps. They are creating UIAP, the protocol which in 2030 is going to be developed, and the Chinese people will switch to this. It actually differs from this. It's built on the technology of virtual channels, and it allows to observe everyone actually, and no, like DNS or GPS, nothing like that is working. By the way, they are developing this protocol in particular in the framework of the Commission of International. I'm sorry, Grigory. Yeah, I will just mention, but they want to change the heading IP. Yeah, they are changing totally. On the third level, they want to change it. I think there will be no levels at all. That 7-level model we know, now it's gone, and we have this other model, and they found out some other model even. And it's quite contradictory. So now there is a question. It's clear that, yeah, as a result, the rhetoric of people who are saying that we should have a common internet. So it changed a bit because as of now we have the following things. Internet is for those who are with us, right? And there was already developed initiative for the future of the internet, right? Where all the main principles are mentioned, and thus you can see that in this new future internet there will be just democratic countries. In particular, 60 countries signed the declaration. It's not mandatory, but there it is also mentioned that they have to use the opportunity from trustworthy suppliers. There are also the principles of equality, that is non-discriminatory access for different genders. And here is the question, what about the countries who don't perceive the notion of gender? It's like they stay aside from that already. So we are aiming at democratic countries. So as of today, so it actually comes less to the authorities, right? And therefore, I see the role of ISIP in that these last developments to bring them to the authorities so that people can understand right now, do they buy Chinese equipment or not? And this issue is very, it's technological, but at the same time, as of today, it's like primary, because
Юрий, у вас микрофон выключен.
Okay, your microphone is off, Yuri. Yeah, I'm saying I am really sorry. My microphone was off. I guess that Grigori just disappeared. Maybe it's because he had the devices of not the trustworthy companies, but actually that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. And this problem, as far as I understand, is going to be the main one. Why you are here, Riori? We were joking that maybe the equipment is from not from the trustworthy suppliers. My connection is good. Probably these are you who are having some problems. Yeah, maybe. So the question is, why Western equipment is better than the Chinese one? Because Western also can watch you. The question is really simple. If it will be found out, then the Western companies will be punished according to the law. And as for the, like, if they find that they were like spies, somebody is spying in Chinese with Chinese equipment, like nobody can prove this fact. So this is the approach of reliable supplier of equipment nowadays becomes a political issue. So therefore, the organization discussions, you know, that based on the community of I will mention it differently. We have the committee, which includes representatives of the Ministry of highly technological establishments, also police and different organizations, and also like media organizations invited there, academy, national library. So we are having a meeting. And it turns out, like, here is a direct connection between the authorities and the local community, and the secretary of the community is. So if you manage to do something like that, if you manage to combine, because the standard model of parliamentary democracy, it does not provision participation of just people. So you have, like what we are actually choosing the representatives of technical community, they are just working, right? They are not politicians, but such place for communication, for people who are decision makers and like who are technical specialists and they know what is happening. So I think it would be really good to find the form of cooperation with the authorities, because at the end, it's authorities are those who are decision makers, so they are like advisors and so on. So our activity is conducted in this direction. So yeah, legal field is determined by those who have power. Yeah, but organization of the interaction, it seems to me one of the functions, it seems to me one of the most important functions for people who are making connection with foreign organizations, experience exchange. You know, today it's impossible to live without that. And how to explain people who are decision makers, it's a question that is resolved differently in different countries. I would also say that the thing is that participation in conferences is a very important moment because you start to understand what the international community is working on, what are the goals that they are trying to achieve, and these tools that people are using in order to achieve. And that's not the process of participation of 2 or 3 races. I mean, I've been in that process for more than 12 years. And not just more than 12, it's almost 17 years that I'm in this process. And I had to mention that it's not always that I see the reaction, adequate reaction of authorities, those who are empowered, to the initiatives that are offered by the community in different platforms, whether that's ICANN meetings, or those are some ISOC meetings or forums, if it's like even some regional places hosted by RAP NCC. I am not even speaking about the moment that sometimes we have to listen to quite doubtful things that are discussed on the platforms of MSA.
On the platforms of MSF, International Union of Electric Communications. So I would ask our colleagues from Kyrgyzstan, maybe you could add something about what I've been saying, about what Grigory been saying. You have a very interesting experience. I know your country. I love your country. I visited it several times. I have never been to the town of Issyk-Kul, but I've been to mountains, a great country and great people. Could you tell us a bit more about your experience? Yes, I would like to add a few things. To continue on Grigory's topic on accessibility and authorized equipment and trustworthy equipment. Right now, we don't have access to Western's data transmission systems. Of course, we are trying to buy equipment like Microtic and other good companies, but we don't always have it on the market, and we have no way out. We have to purchase what we have. Very often, Western equipment is very expensive. It's difficult to find spare parts for this. We have a lot of logistical problems. So because of the logistical problems, we have some challenges.
Да. Ну, к сожалению, connectivity не очень хорошая.
Well, unfortunately, connectivity is not very bad. Well, this is on their side.
Не знаю.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Yes, please, Khalil. And one of the recent projects was finished with the last spare parts, last components that we were able to buy in the country. And on the government level, we don't even have this question. Mostly government use the equipment from Huawei and ZTE.
Надеюсь, меня слышно до сих пор. Да.
I hope you can hear me.
Если угодно, мы еще, может быть, расскажем, да, про
Also, we can tell you about our projects
подключение удаленных локаций.
on how we were able to connect remote locations. According to statistics, in our country, 99% of the population have been covered with internet, of mobile internet, mostly 2G and 3G. Well, 4G standard is not very accessible, but 99% of the population have been covered with internet. The remaining 1% are people who live in remote locations with very difficult access, maximum 200, 300 or 500 people. So we have about 20 remote locations. And they need. So one of the projects that we were not able to implement, it covers 2 villages and it needs $4,000. So far, our chapter did not receive these grants of these amounts. Also, we have some options for satellite internet, so we are waiting for this option. Satellite operators are very expensive, so I'm not sure if it would be possible. We hope for SpaceX. They say that in 2024 they are going to start work in our region, so this will be a more accessible option, because for it will be sufficient for a village of 200-300 people. I'm sorry. I would like to ask you, did you work with SpaceX before, or you don't have this experience? No. We keep in touch. We have communications, but we don't have any active work. So as soon as they start work in our region, we will be actively asking them to enter our market. Recently, we had a meeting with our Ministry of Communications and Regulations of bands, of radio bands. So the radio frequencies. The radio frequencies are occupied already. So you don't have, so far you don't have any good results in this.
Я хочу, к слову, вы спросили SpaceX.
So you were asking about SpaceX.
Разговору.
Well, we had some talks about that in the previous year. So their representatives visited Kyrgyzstan. They didn't have a meeting with us, but they had meetings with our government authorities. They had meetings with the authorized people who are responsible, with the officials responsible for the development of telecommunications. So I think that maybe in 2023 these processes are going to gain momentum, because the government is very interested in covering our country with internet fully. According to the recent statistics, we are lagging behind. We have a lot of villages, we have a lot of residents who don't have any connection to internet, or even if they have connection to the internet, they don't have a high-speed connection. I would like to speak on this as well, because we were raising this topic on our IGF. Like several days ago, 10 days ago, we had a representative of our government regulator, head of the Department for Telecommunications. He had a speech online.
рассказал. Вопрос тут имеется
we
два
had
аспекта.
some discussions.
Первый аспект — это
So
использование частот.
there are two aspects. The first one is using of frequencies.
Судя по
Of course, this is clear. This problem is everywhere. SpaceX is using Ku and Ka bands.
телевизионного вещания.
They are broadly used for television broadcasting. The satellite dishes are using this 14, 17 gigahertz
Он касается
frequencies.
контроля над
Second question is about control to access.
местные регулирующие органы.
If you have installed SpaceX, the local authorities don't have the possibility to delay you from visiting some domains, some websites, which are not advisable, which are not welcome in the country, like they are blocking this in Russia and in other countries. So, if you have a SpaceX, you will be able to overcome blockages. Of course, SpaceX already works, has offices in different countries. For example, in Georgia, they have Starlink in Georgia. They already have an office there. As for our country, the question is still at the stage of discussions. So in Armenia, we don't have any progress, significant progress, because this is both a technical and political question. Of course, at the same time, as for the commercial alternatives for local, well, SpaceX doesn't have any commercial alternatives for landline internet. So right now, 4G access is about $10 to $12 per month. So right now, I'm using 4G to talk to you, and 99% of Armenia has 4G access. So in any part of the country, one of the operators, at least one of the operators, is providing 4G. And in these conditions, paying $125 for the connection, we don't know about the share ratio. Maybe this is not a public information, but 100 megabit is provided to one person. Can they share it with other people? And $125 of monthly fee is like 10 times bigger, 10 times more than we have today. But in Kyrgyzia, this is important. In Armenia, if you don't have enough fiber connections with other countries, SpaceX is a very good alternative. Yes, we have already experienced this. And besides access and accessibility, which is related to the Internet Development Policy within the ISOC action plan. So this is also connected with DNS technologies. Well, it is not declared openly, but we know that ISOC is playing a rather serious role in developing and supporting DNS technologies. Not the structure only, but also of DNS technologies. Because we have Internet Engineering Task Force, they issue RFC. Technological innovations are discussed on the platform, and I would like to raise a topic that we have mentioned already, only slightly. I would like to raise the topic of development of NFT domains. This topic, in my opinion, this is about involving young people to the internet technologies, to the domain, to mastering internet technologies. So this involvement depends whether those topics have practical nature and whether they are able to provide some interesting results to the young people In my opinion, NFT and the experience that we had when we were developing the programs for Odessa University of Intellectual Technologies and Communications and Istanbul universities, when we were working on the development of NFT tokens, I believe this is very important. It would be interesting to find out your opinions. So, in the work that you do around ISOC, especially for Armenia, which is the administrator and technical operator for the national domain, so you have your country code top-level domain. What is your opinion about the future of NFT domain technologies? We were discussing this question. Well, the question is about costs and some limitations. It is very expensive, and it turns out that you don't need ICANN anymore for this. So the global opinion is, well, during the development of the internet, we were able to observe the specialty of DevOps or system administrator. So we can see the deterioration of the quality of DevOps because all the service functions or features can be bought in the West. They will be provide all the services to you in a very efficient way. So you don't need to do anything. So when people were launching the first Unix machines, they are not longer relevant. So more and more people are becoming coders. They are programmers. This is very profitable. This is a very good job to be a coder. So we can think about developing this. We can develop a school for system administrators, DevOps for Linux and Unix, because those people are becoming extinct. You can no longer find a system administrator. Everybody wants to become a programmer. So we can raise this question on ISOC. We should think about this because our DevOps are working on top-level domains, but we don't have young people interested in this. Yes, this problem is relevant indeed. Maybe we should start these activities. We should do more trainings because DevOps receive a smaller salary compared to coders, to programmers. So we need to provide trainings, organizations. This is a very important line of work for ISOC. Well, it depends on the size of the salary. Yes, this work is very important for ISOC because if we lose this focus, if we lose this item from our focus, we will be just a thing in itself. And we would like to provide benefits for others. We would like to resolve the tasks that, well, we'd like not only to develop technical aspects, but we would like to work on trainings, education. We would like to develop new curricula. Maybe you know, or maybe you know, or maybe you don't. I used to be a chairperson of the Internet of Things Special Interest Group. It was organized within ISOC by in IUT. Well, this is a chapter, and it works alongside the national chapters. So I have been a chairperson of this group for 4 years, and one of the tasks that we were trying to resolve was to create a curriculum. We were trying to create a training program
Internet of Things.
So we were trying to create the Internet of Things course, and it turned out to be a very difficult task. It is as difficult as to prepare DevOps. Technologies are constantly changing. There is always something new. And the salaries.
вопрос упирается в два таких
So the question
фундаментальных камня, которые
has two fundamental obstacles that are not possible to overcome in our conditions. In particular, this is the salary that they have. I'm sorry, I will interrupt. The same thing is about cybersecurity. Yes, this is the third painful point where everything is changing so rapidly, like a kaleidoscope. Like Khalil Ibrahim was saying, one of the tasks is connected with cybersecurity, with teaching people of cybersecurity. We know that there are two approaches, 2 points of view, cybersecurity and information security. Very often they are confused, but these are two different processes, and very often they are connected into one thing in people's brains. So, on the user level, this is a colossal problem. And this is a problem of social engineering, with all those calls, phone calls from the bank, from insurance companies, and so on and so forth. I would like to finish my statement. It is difficult to train students, it is difficult to train people, because a person has to graduate from a university. Of course, you can learn how to be an administrator, you can become a DevOps without a university, only by means of a practice of practical work. But when we were talking with the graduates, we said that a university is formatting your brains. And when we say that ISOC has to deal with these issues, we mean that we have to help. We have to help to develop a correct and broad mindset for young people who start perceiving the questions of internet development as comprehensive issues, as a mindset issue.
And now I would like to ask, if possible, to make some more close to subject issues about the work that is done in Pakistan in the field of safety, or maybe some other issues that were mentioned. Security now mainly we focus on civil society and other things, mainly because in our countries we have all these centers and services and provision of safety, but they are mostly oriented for some services and state bodies. And so now we've got two main organizations that are holding such a work, and one of these organizations, these are us, and we were just dividing these two informations of cybersecurity, and most users and those who, like, but dozens of years they are using some digital devices, they can't recognize that there is somebody about them, somebody who is getting information, and they just cannot prevent these simple attacks. And in most cases, we notice that people are having that in the field of social engineering, right? Even we had a conference where we collected cyber specialists who started in that field, and we put their free of charge Wi-Fi, like open Wi-Fi, and everybody just went there, they were using, and they left their information. That is such a thinking, like zero trust. Everybody thinks that it's just true life because we are such a nation that we are trusting each other. We think that everything's fine, and in the internet, that's we need to change this model because, like, people, they are anonymous, they are hidden, and they can do whatever they want. In addition to that, we don't have the central body that would control all these who would just observe this cyberspace. We don't have cyber police yet. With our state agency on national security, it is just being formed, and recently we had a conference and they just opened the website where you can apply and mention that cyber attacks took place. And also there are problems with the investigations. Actually, in our country in cybersecurity, we have just 3 institutes and 3 courses that are preparing specialists in all the rest of cases. You have either to learn and practice or to read some foreign sources. So these are the things in the field of cybersecurity, and I would like to mention what we do in our project. And we have courses in our project. We are providing. Yeah, it's very interesting. Go ahead. So in our project, we are providing services of cyber education and development of awareness, and we had to learn to work and to show people on real example that, guys, here are the dangers, and there are such things that might happen to you. And after that, they start being afraid, and they are using all these things carefully. We also have a service where we provide services. If something happened, we are conducting investigation. We are helping to form the reports and also prevention of these vulnerable parts, and like we also have some problems and blocking of some resources, and we are also like watching some users. Therefore, we developed the tools of internet censorship, and that means that we have VPN devices that people can buy, and it's like you don't have to install all the devices, but you just need one, and that will give Wi-Fi and everything that is transferred via Wi-Fi. It is few nodes, and like in the future we are going to expand our experience, hire good specialists, and share our experience all over the Middle Asia. And we think that it's a really good project, really good experience that will help the users to stand for their rights in the internet. Yeah, indeed, that's a very interesting project, and I would even, I dare say anti, I don't want to add the word after anti, but the cost of this solution, I hope it's not big. And this solution, I didn't quite understand, is that the accurate decision, or you just having a VPN? Now it's a device based, and we have some IT devices, and there we are installing soft, and so it's easy. And by the way, we are working together with our French partners, and now they they're sharing their experience, and their organization, which for many years it's been based all over the world, in Asia and close east, like together. In the nearest future, we want to make this like solution that will be available on any computers, any devices, in order for the person not to be limited to just one and only platform. Because now we can see that it becomes more expensive, and sometimes it's much harder to buy, and it helps to utilize the computers and to launch this device. It doesn't weigh much, and it doesn't require a lot of resources. Yeah, that's an interesting solution, but the main thing is for it not to violate the legislative. Yeah, of course. I know that in Kazakhstan, a really powerful solution is related to cybersecurity, namely. I've been communicating to you guys. I came to Kazakhstan, they came to Ukraine. We've been talking to each other. I won't advertise, I won't say any names of the companies. But indeed, that's one of the best solutions that I know, and they are efficient enough, and they are protecting from attacks, the legal companies and legal persons, companies and organizations, and that was a really good initiative. Creation of these trust centers, and as a matter of core, also search and technology of creation, principles of work, they are quite well known, and they were tried already. So I would like also to mention that in the framework of the work that we are making an attempt to do, we are trying to make as ASOC, Ukrainian chart. This is to help and create the new growth points for the internet. It is also related to economic aspects of work of the internet, and this is formation of the segment of infrastructure operators, and helping in finding the segments of the market that would allow to go there to the infrastructure operators, and of course promotion of implementing IT solutions. And here we can't even have like two different opinions. This is development of the client's services as well. Of course, it is clear that without these kind of services, internet is not the internet, and it is crucial to have this IT development of IT infrastructure development of client services is actually leading us to the point that we should have convergent environment. And in this regard, honestly speaking, creating the we can't create this convergent structure, but we can prepare people. We can teach specialists. Teach in the institutes, prepare educational programs. In my opinion, to tell what convergency is. Unfortunately, after we analyze the educational programs, we realize that convergency notion is not always clear for the students even of the fourth year of study. We had a very interesting experience, history of cooperation with the operators in southern regions of Ukraine, in Odessa Oblast in particular, Mykolaiv Oblast. That is an development of access in village and remote regions, and it's like I'm also reporting a bit because maybe here a positive role belongs to the issue that they had of one of such providers, operators of the internet is a person who is included to the management of our charter. Indeed, we see, and I would like, all these are issues I mentioned earlier, and these are issues that, well, they're important. But in many things, they are just repeating what was mentioned, and as of today, they are kind of usual. And there's one more issue. We have some more time. I would like to talk about the following thing. There is such a notion as self-regulation. Yeah, it's related to multi-stakeholderism. It is related to what is called trust in the environment. But this self-regulation, it's like the Schrödinger's cat. Here it exists, and here it doesn't exist. What is your opinion about with practical successes from the point of view of self-regulation? Are there in your countries? I know that in Armenia there is a really good experience of self-regulation, but you fight it for many years. And as a matter of fact, you got it. You know, I will just say self-regulation started with, just as usual, our authorities with telecommunications and Ministry of Connection up to the year of 2000, maybe even a bit more, 2005. They thought that internet, it's some small thing and we shouldn't be distracted to this, and that allowed us to live in parallel, like, okay, whatever, just live. You want it, you sell it, we don't need it, and so on. But when all of that started developing fast, the smartphones, mobile phones, connection, and so on, it turned out that this is critical infrastructure. Right, and critical infrastructure has to be somehow institutionalized. And how do we do this? Do we adopt the law? Like in Moldova, there was a law adopted, but it's a different story. So we managed to prove to the legal bodies, like if you check before giving the domain name, then everyone will go to the gray zone. It won't become better. So when the Ukrainian-Georgian war started, one of the newspapers in Armenia, one website, Chronicle, they wrote that Russian bombarders, they are using the our airdrome to bomb Georgia, and this is considered to be Armenian national resource. So we were go to the president and I say, like, give us the paper, we will close that. And they say, who's taking the money? You're taking the money, right? You're closing that, and you go yourself and write the paper, because like you're taking money, you don't want to take responsibility to close that. As a result, we created a commission, and of course we invited the police bodies so that a commission can understand whether we just close this website or not, because it violates rights of Armenia. And it's very interesting because the pornography is forbidden, but we didn't forbid it, and I don't even know whether it is there. Nobody watches that, but we didn't do that. So we are not monitoring ourselves. We are receiving like from the police bodies, from our users. We got a message like, here there's a phishing website, and quickly we are writing the protocol, the availability of such website, and we are closing that, because phishing sites should be like closed straight away. But the thing is, like, what if our other bodies are working with that? So we need to learn from them first, because that's whether they are investigating this criminal case or not. Because if they do and we close that, then it turns out that we are standing on the way of their investigation. So that's why we need such a horizontal connection with our forces. But it's not written in the law, and it's really irritating for our bodies. It's irrational use of resources, but all this time we are fighting, of course, for like how to take control from one side, and from other side, like, okay, we've got some kind of a form. Like, people have been coping till now. So this is the situation, and I dare say that all the time this issue is raised, and like you have the letter from ex-prosecutor, and he said, like, why don't we have the law that regulates the internet? And we say, like, we don't understand, we don't know, and so on. But at least we are raising issues and such a form of cooperation. That's what we've got. And by the way, as per the previous topics, our National Security Service opened the state server where we can just write some claims. So they decided to divide information security and cybersecurity, but the experience of other countries shows that the salary that is paid to the workers in state organizations doesn't allow them to employ good specialists. We have to remember that if the specialist in cybersecurity receives like 30 euros per hour, they won't go to the National Security Service, right? Because they won't get this amount of money there. I don't know how to resolve this issue. Like, I simply don't know. Like, they created this center, right? And last year in December, I met in Tallinn representative. Like, I just was left there, and there were European specialists. They just went to private structures. What should we do? I don't know. And you should do it the same way. This is the only solution that we can have as of today. People go to private structures. And thus, they are not resolving this problem. I mean, it can't be resolved as of today. Namely, yeah, it's a magic circle somehow, because we are going circles, and like, let's think, we go to like Germany, France, and so on, and like, just defend us, take us, and help us, because there's like, it's a very scary situation, actually. Really scary. You've got 5 more minutes.
I would like to thank you a lot for your evaluations, for expressing your opinions that we have heard today. Khalil Ibrahim, could you add anything to conclude the things that we have been discussing today?
Да, еще я бы хотел, конечно, упомянуть то, что в секторе IoT мы
I would like to say that in the IoT sector, we are working on a project in which we would like to launch the devices to monitor natural disasters. We will be installing the sensors, relevant sensors in the dangerous regions of the country. Those sensors are going to predict different avalanches and other natural disasters. Only yesterday we have noticed that the frequency of IoT is also regulated by the government. It is not free. So now we have this problem with the frequency regulations. We have to do something with this. We need a government level discussion. So in several days, relevant government services will have a meeting, and they will try to make some decisions
Вот еще пора
in this regard. So this is my
Спасибо.
these are the few words about IoT. For us, our country resolved this issue. This is 800 megahertz. So just get a permission, just install your equipment. Well, of course, it depends on the peculiarities of every country. It depends on the legal framework, unfortunately. So there is no fit-for-all solution. To conclude our session, I would like to thank everybody. You know, dear colleagues, I'm very happy, I'm always very happy to meet people who understand, who really want to develop the internet, who understand why we need internet, what task it helps to resolve. And they have a vision, they clearly see what tasks we are trying to resolve on the global level, not in a country or not in a region, but on the global level. And this gives us the opportunities to see wide horizons and to see the deep tasks that we have in front of ourselves. It helps us to understand. Well, of course, we have certain words in our action plan. A lot of people overlook those words. But these documents are very deep and profound, and they are building our outlook, our mindset for the future. Thanks a lot to everybody. Our session is over. I hope everything is good in Kyrgyzstan, everything is going to be good in Armenia. I wish you peaceful skies, I wish you to have sun over your head and a good work. But first of all, we would like to wish you the same. Thank you. Thank you and see you next time. Thank you. We hope for future cooperation and to see you in the next times. Goodbye.
Добрий день. Початок нашої секції запланований на кілька хвилин пізніше, але можемо спочатку почати вже зараз.
Good day.
Якщо
Our
немає-
beginning is slated for
немає
several minutes
заперечень.
later, but we can start right now, if you don't mind.
Тоді я розповім
I
трошки
will
про
tell you
логістику. У нас
briefly
буде
about
кілька
our logistics
спікерів.
today. We will have several speakers.
Владимир Сванадзе, видатний
Vladimir
грузинський експерт
Sanadze,
з кібербезпеки,
a prominent
засновник і
Georgian
голова
expert on
ініціативи розвитку інтернету.
cybersecurity,
Він заснував Академію
head of the
безпеки,
initiative of Internet Safety,
інформаційної безпеки.
founder of Georgian Academy of Cybersecurity.
Говорить на русском.
Vladimir is going to speak Russian,
Правда? Правильно я понимаю?
as far as I understand.
Ну, у нас есть перевод, у нас есть...
Well, we have interpreting function. We have interpreting into English. If it would be difficult for you to understand Ukrainian language, we can try to help you to understand each other. Our second speaker is Olena Kushnir, director and co-founder of communications operator Dnipro, member of UNAO, member of Ukrainian Union of Entrepreneurs and Industrialists, and representative of Ukrainian Association LIR. And also we will have Ivan Mikhailovich Petukhov, who is a vice president of the Ukrainian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs. So let us start.
Дуже складна, цікава.
We have a difficult and interesting topic of internet fragmentation.
Різні види фрагментації інтернету.
There are different types of internet fragmentation in the opinion, in the understanding of modern youth and modern users. Internet is a comprehensive network which always works well on the unified standards, which is always smooth, but it's not always so. We have different standards, different operators and protocols.
Вона працює тільки тому, що вони узгоджені.
Internet works only because they have agreed with each other all those specifications and parameters, and because they support the community.
До кожного
First of all, I would like to ask every speaker,
що для вас фрагментація інтернету і чому ви
what is internet fragmentation for you? Why do you believe this is important? So, what do you think about internet fragmentation? Why is this an important topic for you? And in your work, in what you do, does it have an impact on your work and what you do? Well, thank you, Svetlana. Greetings to everybody. I'm happy to see all of you. First of all, I would like to once again let's start with the fragmentation. What is this for me? Lately, this issue has been raised very often. Well, the topic was started in 2015 during the Global Economic Forum. The fragmentation was mentioned for the first time when fragmentation was underlined as one of the main issues in the future of Internet because of the government policies and commercial practices. This is an important issue, but there was no common opinion about its nature. The launch of the Future of Internet initiative of the International Economic Forum, the Global Economic Forum, regards internet fragmentation as one of the most important topics. It needs studies within the context of internet governance. In the beginning of the 20s, the problem of fragmentations appeared again. The focus was on the jurisdictions and legal frameworks and legal questions, because the governments are trying to regulate the confidentiality of data, big technologies, coverage, big data, cybersecurity, and abuse of DNS, without understanding technical aspects. Internet governance is trying to coordinate their initiatives. Internet governance offers definitions of the fragmentation. So we have technical fragmentation, government fragmentation, and commercial fragmentation. Technical fragmentation are the conditions of the basic infrastructure that limit the capabilities of systems to cooperate between each other, to exchange the data packages, and provide smooth, streamlined work of Internet on all the endpoints. Government fragmentation means policies and activities of governments in individual countries and common activities as well, which limit or which prevent certain types of Internet use, dissemination, and access to informational resources. Commercial fragmentation means business practices, which can limit or prevent to some kinds of use of Internet, or which can limit or prevent creation or distribution or access to information resources. In each case, fragmentations may vary a lot depending on different attributes. We have four main points. Emergence is whether the fragmentation exists, whether it is a result of premeditated activities, of purposeful activities, and impact. So the impact, whether the fragmentation is deep and structural and configurative for big domains of activities or Internet in general, or is it smaller, fragmented, or does it cover limited transactions and processes? And then, in the end, there goes its nature, whether the fragmentation is neutral, positive, or negative. Government fragmentation is very interesting for us. Barriers between countries or national fragmentation, which can create barriers in the work of Internet. There are 6 main problems: content and censorship, e-commerce and trade, national security. They also have a lot of big problems: confidentiality and protection of data, data localization, and fragmentation as a comprehensive national strategy. In these categories, there are 10 types of fragmentation: filtration and blockage of websites, social networks, and other resources that offer unwanted content. Second is attacks on informational resources, which offer unwanted content. Digital protectionism, which is blocking access of users to key platforms and e-commerce tools, their use. Centralization and ending of international connections, attacks against national networks and assets, local requirements for processing and storing of data, changing of architecture or routing to keep the data streams on the territory, denial of international transfers of some categories of data, strategies of creating national segments of Internet or international frameworks which are aimed to limit the international practices. So I was talking about the government fragmentation. Also, as I have noted, we have commercial segmentation related to business. It is related to the organizations of digital environments and markets. So there are 5 problematic areas: re-standardization, network neutrality, geolocation and geo-blocking, as well as protection of intellectual property, which is related to the infrastructure. In these categories, there are other subtypes of fragmentation. These are possible changes in the accession treaties, potential technical specifications which prevent functionality and interoperability of IoT, blockage, regulations, or other discriminatory deviations from the network neutrality, geo-blocking of content, and possible use of enumeration in order to block content, in order to protect intellectual property. When we are talking about fragmentation of Internet, we should not forget that this is a global problem. So, in the conditions of global fragmentation, the protection of Internet, of the comprehensive nature of Internet, is a global problem. I frequently visit conferences when they start raising this question. For example, we had a meeting in Tunisia in 2006. In Tunisia, during this meeting, there was an Internet IGF forum in Tunisia in 2006, and one of the mandates of this meeting says resolutions of questions of national policy related to the elementary governance of Internet to ensure stability, safety, sustainability, openness, and integrity. So now we are talking about fragmentation. But we have to say that Internet has to be stable, safe, sustainable, it has to develop, it has to be open, and it has to have integrity. So these are the characteristics of Internet. Fragmentation is breaking the integrity of Internet. So in this regard, I will be ready to answer your questions, and thank you for the attention. Thank you. Thank you, Vladimir. It was a very fundamental and detailed account of different types of fragmentations and about the approaches on the international levels. Olena, please, could you tell us, what is this for you, for your company, for your business? What fragmentation means for you? And why did you agree to participate our section, our panel, and to discuss this question? Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to say that I'm so proud of you. We already have water today, we have electricity, and they are not going to break us. So we shall talk about fragmentation. I would like to share my screen to show my PDF file. So you have to press on the plus icon. So you can upload your presentation if you press on the plus icon. Just a second. So this can take some time. So you have to press on the upload button. So we can see something already. So it seems to work, but I don't see the first page. All right. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Olena Kushnir, and as for the fragmentation of the network into segments, and I would like to show this well-known example, one of the first examples of darknet. So it started back in the 70s. It was mentioned in the 70s already, and it still lives. Protection from political repressions, crimes, information crimes, dissemination of files, distribution of files which are protected by the intellectual property rights, cyberterrorism and cyber intelligence. But at some point, the governments have understood that Internet has strategic importance, that it has to be under control, it has to be in their own hands. Of course, it is against the principles. So I would like to look into the fragmentation of DRC. So, and then I would like to move to our country because we are in the conditions of war, and I would like to use this analogy. So some of the slides are not accessible. I'm sorry, some slides are not accessible. All right, I will skip this slide number 3, I would like to say that, of course, Russian Federation is a dictatorship country. They are trying to show their dictatorship influence as much as possible. They try to control content and internet. They have their dictatorship legislation. They don't have any opposition in their country. They don't have free democratic discussions of government initiatives on the internet. They have censorship in the internet and big fines. Of course, there is a very big influence of sanctions related to the war of Ukraine. Right now, they have very active work in the telecommunication sphere.
And unfortunately, Ukraine lost some access to the equipment and to some technologies, and Russia is not producing technologies. I mean, now for some phone networks and others. And of course, the next step is something that can speed up the fragmentation. It became the desire of total control over the propaganda, and till certain time it was spread all over the world, and we're receiving and are receiving now the manuals, like some direct recommendations whether to use the resources or not. And of course now it is limited, and because of sanctions they don't have the opportunity to use international banking systems and conduct SWIFT payments, and also Russia is developing their own domain name systems. So in general, it's a strategy on sovereignty, building own their own private country. And also there is no cooperation in the working groups that helps to share information among people. This is what we see in Ukraine nowadays, because specialists from different spheres in Ukraine, they are involved in the discussion of the current legislation, and there are really huge, really important, it's not everywhere, but it's existing between the state and the business, and actually it has to be present in all the countries. But unfortunately Russia doesn't have this, and also on the level of government, if they don't perform properly, they will have some problems because of that. So I would like also to mention that Russia almost has no competitors, and it's a machine of propaganda, and they are performing the solutions, just like Ukrainians now are following recommendations during the martial law of some other organizations. And these, in my opinion, what measures do we need to stick to in order not to allow the fragmentation of the internet in Ukraine to local network? Ukraine actually is the second country in the world, and the amount of cyber attacks to this country, and implementation of legislation on cyber security is incredibly important. So the main basics that ensure the cyber safety in Ukraine, so the law that will regulate the rights and also the steps of the country about the impossibility of this defragmentation in the future. And very important is state and private cooperation, of course, and participation of representatives of NGOs in different negotiations. And these negotiations, of course, are incredibly important, and these working groups, they should take place in every sphere of internet governance. So such state and private cooperations, they are a very important factor of the possibility of the state to monopolize the fact to work in the information field, using censorship, and they are saying that they are working on propaganda of Russian Federation and covering all that by war that is going on in our country nowadays, and in general in our information field of Ukraine, and so on and so forth. And in general existence, next important step that exists as of now, with the operative and technical governance by networks that correspond to the law of Ukraine. It's ensuring the technical and telecommunication networks, for general promotion of all the operation and conditions of the extreme situation, and it's a very important moment that the solutions in martial law times, they are not discussed. And of course that's right, because we have the work going on, and we nowadays have no right to compete with these solutions. And this impact should not be like that, like obligatory for performing, because like people who have war in their country, they are used to having that. And in order to strengthen, to expand these networks in the time after the war. Of course, incredibly important step is not to have the fragmentation in Ukraine, is democracy, right? And sticking to the norms of EU standards. This is one of the fundamental levels, and it's not to allow the dictatorship in Ukraine as it happened in Belarus and Russia and so on and so forth, because it will just speed up this fragmentation. So we need to have this democracy, we need to have the position, proper position in our country, and so on and so forth. And of course, incredibly important is that there are different programs in the state for development of the internet, which also it was mentioned by Volodymyr, and it exists in Ukraine. We are thankful to our country that we have such a cooperation. These are dotations and covering villages and participation in of the Ministry of and also education of youth, aiming at educating our young resources. This is support of the countries. This is provision of generators and so on and so forth. And that is the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is involved in our other ministries and other departments that are involved in all of that, that will allow to speed up integration and have it in line with the EU countries and in principle. So we are, in my opinion, we are this running force that as of today, the whole telecommunication world is encouraging the leader of the coalition during this war, which lasts at our place. Of course, incredibly important is international cooperation that is working with our partners, and huge results gives the opportunity to our colleagues to provide this very important humanitarian support for telecommunication sphere and field in general. I would like to recall the project Keep Ukraine Connected. That's a group of volunteers. I want to make you acquainted with them. If you don't know them, like our colleague who created this platform to gain money necessary for stable work of the internet in Ukraine, and it became the communication range with those who just want to help our Ukrainian internet, want to help our Ukrainian people. They implemented all of that on volunteer basis. And that was implemented with the donations. We met such wonderful guys, not all of them, but we met some of them. And I dare say that this team of helpers, even though like physically, like you are not left in our some kind of like local. So their input is incredibly valuable in support of Ukraine in given conditions. They are protecting us. They are making us not see this defragmentation. So they help us. So really, really Big thing is this, and as it was mentioned, this technical and this like state thing, we have to do everything in order to avoid this defragmentation. We have to fight with it. Thank you. Thank you. And again, question, what is fragmentation for you? What threat do you see in fragmentation? And then we are going to consider the questions to all the speakers. Hello, dear colleagues. I truly hope that Mr. Volodymyr understands Ukrainian. Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Можливо, в майбутньому. Yeah, I know there is translation into English, but it would be nice. So first of all, for me, that means a déjà vu. It already happened. If you remember, at the end of the 90s, this issue was raising. We had a lot of discussions, and I remember how I came to have some rest with my family, and the level of internet at the end of the 90s in Ukraine was really huge. It was 0.2%, and mostly that was like in journals and magazines and newspapers, and I took in a few pages were about the internet fragmentation. So of course the internet, it was private network, and that journalist, that person who was describing that, they got a huge number of material about fragmentation, that earlier or later such a big amount of private networks have to come together. Yeah, of course it might happen. Hypothetically, anything might happen. So for example, today, by the way, in our platform and also in our that we are unbreakable, we live already 27th hour with no electricity. So you know, it's just like, yeah, we have some power in the shops, but operators don't have electricity. Why do we need it? So each one has to supply their own electricity. So this is the approach. This is what I am mentioning as approach. It depends on how the authorities are going to consider this. If we take, for example, such totalitarian countries as Russian Federation, Northern Korea, or China, of course, China is inputting like billions of dollars, and at the beginning, like approximately $10 billion was spent for big Chinese terror, if I'm not mistaken, of course. But we saw that they were going through these moments. I would like not to mention some technical parts, some technical issues, because Mr. Volodymyr mentioned that in details, and Ms. Elena, so you already covered this topic. I would like to recall what happened in May 2012, because the internet was seen as access to information. What was done by our country, by Ukraine, on this way? Ukraine made a huge step. Ukraine still did not recognize the internet as the access to information. Unfortunately, the situation is like that. But it does not stand in our way in order to for the access to the internet, because we're recalling that all the time. We are all the time talking to our authorities about something that they did not do, that the Verkhovna Rada did not ratify this norm. Yeah, because like they didn't ratify, they closed this page and they forget about it. But let us recall, as 3 years ago, the UAP was promoted. Do I need to recall that? UAP was considered on some RSS group, on some documents from the Yes, and it was all promoted by whom? By Chinese people. And they wanted to bring to responsibility, like last year in November, they wanted UAP. So this was international protocol, and it had to establish full control from one point on our planet, control our all IP connections. Isn't it? It is this way. So when we are talking about fragmentation of the internet, it's like a challenge to totalitarian regime or something that exists as of today. We can't. Any tools like internet, the same. By the way, internet is the way of life for me since like for many years. That is, any tool is like a knife. With a knife, you can cut something, you can eat, or you can kill. Let us forbid the knife. So the same is with forbidding the access to the internet. Any country has own government, own state institutions, but any state institution consists of whom? Consists of people who are coming to their state institution. And if in the state institution there is a person who knows nothing about that, or vice versa, they know perfectly a lot and they want to manipulate, we can recall a SOP's approach. This approach has a few thousand years already. But we can say the same like product or the same thing. We can approach these things differently. Logical? Oh, wonderful. Now I have my Spitz, Pomeranian Spitz nearby, so I will invite this doggy as well. Yeah, it's also working together. So that is, I am for approaches. From which point of view, how we are going to see these processes, that is the system relevance, it always works. If we want to have the internet, indeed, to have it as the access to information, and for the person to choose what information they want to see, it's good. If we want the internet in our country to be used by the enemy in order to maltreat us, it's really bad. So it's important to find this boundary in each society. Each society has own level of resistance. Does they resist or they don't resist to what is pushing to them? Is society actually using the information that is coming from different media now in Ukraine? It's really dangerous in the community because like more like channels or marathons. I've been watching that news marathons for the first month, but I'm not watching that anymore because only one point of view is given there and huge money is going there and they are imposing their point of view. I always communicate and I view directly with those who are making history in different spheres, and it's much better when I see, when I feel the direct feedback about what happened, and I always make search. If you didn't analyze the sources, that might be bad for you. If you just looked at that and you said like, okay, I like it, so it's vice versa. As soon as you say that you like it, you lose it. Because each any event that happened and every event that takes place, we should look at those from different perspectives. How funny it is at this moment, can it be helpful or the other way around? It might bring huge problems for the society. But we have to remember always that any source of information, if it's not adding something to the end, even if it is from very good and patriotic concerns, it's really bad. Because earlier or later it will end up badly for the society. Therefore, disconnection and fragmentation of internet. I see that from different perspectives. If we separate Russian Federation, maybe that will be quite okay, because they implemented much money and the others were paying for the energy care. They are trying to create problems in those governments. If we see that we will give to that, like Northern Korea, a lot of impact to our democratic institutions, and we won't be able to cover that, it's also bad. So that is the tool for every society in the world. But at the end, I am already finishing my opinion. At the end, I would like to add that the main thing is to have this balance from the point of view either of multi-stakeholderism or cooperation in any society, and each society should look at that with their eyes. And private companies, they will always work the way that is better for them. If it's better for them to work with the protocols, addresses, and so on, they will. Business always does it like that. Here, the main thing is a balance between the authorities, business, and society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a very well-balanced point of view. We have several questions because our section was announced on Facebook, and we have several questions from our users. We have questions from people watching our program. First question. Every country has to deal with cybersecurity. This is necessary. We can't overlook it. This is a component of country security. So, will the protection measures lead to fragmentation of the internet? How this can happen? And what cybersecurity experts can do? What technical experts can do to avoid fragmentation? All right. Thank you, Svetlana, for your question. I will speak Russian, I'm sorry. Maybe in the future I will learn Ukrainian, but well, I can't speak neither English nor Ukrainian. I'm old generation. As for cybersecurity, let us start with the statement that all countries have to cooperate. One of the most important factors for development of cybersecurity is international cooperation. For example, within the European Union, European Council, everybody has to sign the Budapest Convention. It hasn't been signed by Russia, Belarus, China. They are not going to be represented there. So countries have to follow the European Union standards. There are certain directives and regulations of the European Union that have to be followed. So countries have to take into account the national standards, NISTs. So countries have to use the international standards to help cooperate between each other. So as for this fragmentation, and cybersecurity and integrity and stability and safety of the internet, it doesn't favor. Of course, from the technical point of view, there are different protocols like IPv4, IPv6. There is routing issue. There is IDN security, NS security, IDNS security. There are different technical points. So this is what we would like to try to achieve. We need to understand that internet has no borders. The borders are wide and open, but everybody has to stick to regulations. Even Olena was saying about the totalitarian countries. There are certain countries with autocracies. So in those countries always have problems. Something is always breaking down. As for the internet, it is the same. They are using internet as weapons in their hands. This is for sure. I will make an example. This year, in February, China and Russia signed an agreement. Oh, I'm sorry. The 4th of February, they signed a document underlining that any attempts to limit their national rights to regulate their national segments of internet are not acceptable. So they believe that they are independent from the international community. As far as you remember, 4 or 5 years ago, Russia was saying that they were going to create their intranet. So they are breaking the structure because there are connections, there are international projects. For example, right now I visited Almaty and we were discussing international projects with Europe. There are certain projects that unite Europe and China. So the fragmentation is breaking down international projects. Cybersecurity has to involve international cooperation for sure. Because in the cybersecurity we have reached a certain level. All countries have reached a level. People conduct common seminars, trainings. For example, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia. We often visit trainings in Tallinn, in different countries, in the European Council, in the European Union. For us, international relations is very important. But there are other countries that are trying to break the internet structure. They are trying to break this. I hope I was able to answer your question. Yes, thank you. The answer was very clear. Next question is probably to Olena. A question from Facebook. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. I have a lecture very soon. I need to disconnect because I have a lecture for my students, but I will be open for your questions online. You can write me, you can send me a message with your question, but I need to disconnect right now. Thank you, Vlado. Thank you. For me, this was a huge challenge to be present on your forum, and I'm happy that I have made it. We will see some better times, and congratulations with your forum. In spite of your difficult conditions, you were able to do this. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes. Olena, a question to you. As economic fragmentation as a method to protect the local market of services, what is your opinion about this? I understand this is not a simple question, but how can you combine it? How can you protect your local market and globalization of internet, globalization of society? How can we protect our local market? Of course, we have to work on the new technologies. We have to develop international cooperation. We have to promote our products. First of all, there was this application called DIA, which is often criticized, but our guys are so good. They are correcting their mistakes. They are promoting the product abroad. So as a country, we can show our strengths. We can sell our product, we can show our technologies and our capabilities. Well, as for the protection of local networks, well, in this regard, we have local legislation. We have to work on the legislation on cybersecurity, local infrastructure access to help market to develop and work. We don't want any draconian fees so that the channel owner would not be able to raise the rates as much as they want. So the National Council, the national regulator, has to verify, has to monitor the rates. And as for globalization, as I was saying, this is our work as operators. We need to visit and participate in the international fora. We have to establish and maintain partnership relations. Unfortunately, we don't always have time or resources to do this. Somebody can be overloaded with work. We are not always able to visit the conferences and fora that are necessary, because as practice shows, part of the Ukrainian communities are visiting forums, and they are asking us, where have we been before? We say that we have a lot of international conferences, we have a lot of partners. The international partners are very surprised to see this, so we are not always visible. We are getting a lot of support from Ukrainian Connected. We have connections, we have partners who can support us. They are helping to preserve our networks. They are helping us to stay online. Of course, we have to work on the external markets, but we have to use our internal legislation. We have to protect our business from the government. I support the position that government should not be regulating internet. We need to adopt legislation on cybersecurity, and we need to determine the clear rules of the game, not to have any decrees or secondary legislation. But of course, because of the war, we are not going to discuss this. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan Mikhailovich. A question to you. Very often, the government is blocking resources and saying that they are protecting the interests of people. So where is the line between the political fragmentation and protection of public interest? Well, you know, we have a very good example. There is a country that has been fighting enemies for the entire time of its existence. This is a small country, but it's very powerful. It has a very high spirit. This is Israel. And in Israel, no content is blocked because they are sure about their citizens. You should not tell your citizens that we are going to go to a barbecue instead of the war. You need to tell the truth. You need to always tell the truth. Because the country and the government officials trust their citizens. If there is no trust, they are going to be re-elected, or the other people are going to be elected to the government, people who correspond to the public interest. Citizens have to be strong. They have to ask the government to listen to the people. They have to ask the officials to listen. And trust can cure any society. When there is trust between the government, society and businesses, the dictatorship can never happen, because the dictatorship comes when there is no trust, first of all. So, if we are talking about the tools of cybersecurity, just can you tell me, if one of the resources is blocked, will it help me or will it not help me? As a person who has been working on internet for 30 years, I can say you, blocking will not help. In Ukraine, this is how internet works in Ukraine. In the end of the 90s, I was participating in building of traffic exchange point. in the Internet Association of Ukraine, traffic exchange point. So it included only Ukrainian companies. So when we had external danger, external threats, we were blocking IP addresses. Internal content was in the country. External content was blocked on the level of Tier 1, black hole, by means of black hole. So blockage of an enemy resource will not help. It didn't help back in the time. It will not help in the future. It doesn't help now. It has nothing to do with cybersecurity. We should not be mixing these concepts. When people are trying to manipulate others, because they lack knowledge of the processes, maybe they don't understand something. What if people say, let us block some resource, let us block, for example, a Facebook page on Saturday evening of an information resource, Telegram channel. For example, the Vkontakte network has been blocked since the year 2014. Why are you spoiling your own reputation? I'm not going to name specific people, but this is important. Let us do it this way. There is a professional community. There are certain engineers who do the blockage. Well, DDoS attacks are not reflected. This is not ping pong. We don't have a tennis racket to block DDoS attacks. This is blockage of certain vulnerabilities. Or, for example, when we are talking about viruses that have already infected certain servers or computers on our territory. So, if we try to understand the nature of things, if we make correct logical definitions for each phenomenon, then we will be able to understand this. But right now, let us look at the example. Let us take a law on cloud technologies. Cloud, there is a definition. Cloud is a cloud. Is it sufficient for you to understand? So, if we use the word cloud, we can look up to the sky and see a cloud. But if we explain what a cloud is, this is not sufficient. So, in every action, we need to understand the essence that we want to explain. If we do otherwise, there has been a lot of manipulations. So when we are talking about cybersecurity, let us give this question to the professional community, to the business, to the government, to the society. During the cybersecurity section, this was my offer. During the full-scale invasion, we had a good cooperation. After we started to understand what is happening. But when they give you a list of the resources, what can be blocked, how can I block Amazon, how can I block other things? But how are we going to do this? So if we block not DNS, if we have some other criteria for blockage, it makes no sense, because blockage doesn't bring you any benefits. It can only spoil whatever you have. I'm using a principle of reasonable sufficiency. So, if you do something, you have to be professional in your work. But when people are superfluous, we are not going to get any good results. So I would like to say, as a conclusion, we have to do our work to avoid spoiling our informational environment and our reputation. We have a good level of cybersecurity in Ukraine. We have adopted a lot of good legislative initiatives. We have a lot of good legislation, rules and regulations. We need to streamline them. And we need to use the principle of relevant sufficiency, of clever and natural sufficiency. Everything else is bad. So Ivan Mikhailovich is not afraid of fragmentation of internet. It cannot, it will not block you from working. Yes, it just in 90s, just in the 2000s, it will stop like the new IP protocol was stopped. So, Elena, what about you? Will internet fragmentation will be the topic #1 for you in the next year or in the next 2 years? I believe that the topic of fragmentation is a topic #1 for every conscientious citizen. Because if we allow our government to impact the internet, if we allow our government to block everything without discerning, without concern, without involving civil society organizations, without involving experts, of course, this is what we are going to have. We are going to have bad results in the future. So as representatives of operators, we are saying again and again, just explain what you need. Maybe we will make some advice for you. Maybe we can offer you a good, better way, because we have been doing it for many years. We have relevant experience. We have relevant experts on technical protection of information. We have technical experts. Maybe we can offer you a better, a more wise way to do things. So, of course, not everything that is blocked makes sense. So they tell us, you need to block the resource, you need to understand how to block it and give us a report that you have blocked it. This is not a good way to work. We need to keep constant dialogue.
I think in general that victory of our country is impossible without cooperation of the state with businesses, because volunteers and business, this is what helping to our state right now. Because if it wouldn't have been like that, then probably we would have lost in the first months of war. So business helps our country to get the victory. So the country has to hear the business, to listen to business. And also there should be some invitation, like regular, any initiative has at first be discussed with the specialist. Thank you. Thank you. I really like the ending of your speech, and I would like to announce that tomorrow's day, because today we don't end the IGF, and please have power banks, electricity, come to us to IGF, because we are going to have a separate section about formation of Ukrainian internet community, what stands in our way, what helps, what has to be done, and how do we participate in that. And one more section which is in touch to internet fragmentation is the section about the monopolization of the market of the internet by technical giants like Facebook, Twitter, such as Google, and many, many others, who also create separate states, technical states in the internet, and thus they are creating fragmentation of the internet. This is a huge topic, and we've been talking about like political consequences of fragmentation from political reasons, and also cyber security, technical issues. And tomorrow we will continue the topic from other points of view. Thank you very much for your participation. Thanks to all our listeners who are listening, who are actively participating in the conferences. Also, we thank to our translators who gave us opportunity to communicate with our foreign guests and understand each other. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Have a good and calm, most important evening. And you're incredible, Ukrainians. Everything will be Ukraine. Everything will be Ukraine. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.